the road that we're targeted is over 75.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Better? Okay. Thank you. So I'd like to call this meeting to order today, May 19 at 7:05 p.m. This is a work session of the mayor and council and is in person here at Potts Hall. First item, the agenda is called to order. Danielle? Mic on.
First item is call to order. Second is what?
I'm calling to order, so
Oh, I thought you asked me to read the agenda.
I'm asking you to say here.
Here.
Jenny?
Present.
Joseph?
Present.
Valerie?
I'm here.
Okay, I'm here, so it's a full quorum, 500. Item number 2, review of the agenda. 5 minutes, the mayor and council review the agenda for the meeting, adding or deleting topics of interest or discussion. So we already did call to order. We, are reviewing the agenda right now. Item number 3 is object discussion, the 3200 Rhode Island Ave property. We will receive an update from the owner of 3200 block of Rhode Island Avenue. Presentation discussion, I'm missing middle housing study draft strategies. It's a 20-minute discussion. Mayor and council receive a presentation from Prince George's County Planning Department on the missing middle housing study draft strategies and provide feedback and recommendations. Presentation discussion on tree commission report. Mayor and council receive a report from the tree commissioners. Presentation and discussion of the city ordinance, 20 minutes. The city manager and city attorney will present the following ordinance to the mayor and council. Is it just mine or there's like a big space in between? All right, ordinance 04-2026, amending the code of the city of Rainier by repealing and reacting chapter 7, license and permits for the purpose of sustainably revising provisions that obsolete, inefficient, or do not reflect actual city code compliance activities and to reorganize its provision for greater clarity and efficiency of enforcement and transferring section 1-107A, illegal evictions, to chapter 10, peace and order as section 10-123A. Ordinance 05-2026, amending the code of the city of Rainier, chapter 9, parking meters, to eliminate parking meters and provide for the establishment of paid parking zones as a means of charging for parking in said zones. Ordinance 06-2026, amending the code of the city of Rainier, chapter 13, traffic, to revise and transfer fines previously set forward in the city fee schedule and make certain other minor revisions. Ordinance 07-2026, amending the code of the city of Rainier, chapter 3, building code, section 3-105, permit fees, to clarify the fees for demolition permits for building of 500 square feet. Amending chapter 3A, standard for property maintenance, section 3A-108, violations and penalties, to increase the fines for certain violations. Amending chapter 6, health and nuisance, section 6-118, penalty, to conform to penalty to amount set forward previously in the Rainier fee schedule. Amending chapter 12, street, section 12-109, removal of snow, sleet, of freezing rain, to revise and transfer fines previously set forward by the fee schedule. Amending chapter 14, animal control, section 14-116, penalty, to increase fines to certain violations. And amending chapter 16, violations of ordinance, section 16-103, fines payments of fines, and section 16-106, failure to pay fines, to implement authority granted by the Maryland General Assembly to increase the maximum fines for municipal infractions from $1,000 to $5,000. Item number 7, presentation and discussion of emergency ordinance 02-2026. The mayor and council will discuss emergency ordinance 09-2026, budget amendment number 2. Item number 8, presentation and discussion on the third quarter finance report, 20 minutes. City manager Kamali Karush. Karush Kamali. Finance consultant Ronald Wilson will present the FY 2026 third quarter financial report. Item number 9, presentation, discussion, resolution 6-2026, ordinance OH 08-2026. The Mayor Carr will present resolution 06-2026, ordinance 08-2026, establishing the governing of the city's zoning program. 10, presentation, discussion on legislative priorities. And Daniel will present a suggested term of practice for the council. And city manager will create the annual legislative priority list. Number 11, presentation, discussion, legislative priorities. The mayor and council will discuss the legislative priorities for the city, including the Maryland Municipal Leagues and the state. That should be LARCs, in case people don't know. Presentation, discussion, business roundtable. Councilmember Power will present a proposal, business roundtable discussion. Item number 13, and discussion on hybrid options on council meetings. Mayor and council discuss potential having a hybrid option for council meetings. Item number 14, presentation discussion, FY27 legislative session. Councilmember Hoffbauer will present a proposal, begin the FY27 legislative session with a work session instead of legislative meeting. Item number 15, presentation, discussion, appointment members of MUTC minutes. Councilor Jacuda will present proposed appointment to the LMUTC. Number 16, presentation of minutes. The city clerk present the minutes for May 5th, legislative meeting minutes adjourned. And for upcoming events, we have Rainier Pride celebration, June 27, 2026. And just a reminder, May is Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month and Jewish American Heritage Month, both by proclamation and ordinance as well. So you can find them in the website and they're there. All right, so you guys have heard a full read through of the agenda. Council, I need to know if there's anything you guys need to add, remove. What is the plan? If there's anything here you want to do, if not, we'll move to proceed. Anybody needs the mic? Joseph?
Mayor, I would suggest either removing item number 3 or moving it to the end of the agenda just in case they do show up.
They're not showing up here.
Okay, how about, can we leave it as is? And if they don't come, we'll skip and then we'll come back to it.
That's
Will
fine.
that work? Because if I move it to the end and they don't come, then,
Whatever works best,
Okay.
but they're not here.
okay, thank you so much. Any other item? Nothing? All right, so I need to hear a voice affirming that you guys approve this agenda as presented. So Valerie,
I approve.
Joseph,
I approve.
Jenny,
I approve.
Danielle.
I approve.
All right, so we have a working agenda, unanimously support for the agenda we have in front of us. All right, so item number 3 is gonna be put on hold until and if the people from 3200 block come, okay? So we are in agreement of that, so whatever time it comes, there'll be the next item in, all right? We're good? Because you guys are doing a lot of signals and I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. All right, so your LMUTC people are not here? You don't want to move them up in the agenda? Okay, because that's gonna be, how do you call it? Joseph, you're,
For those at home,
A
I
lot closer.
said Mary Lee will be here at 7:30. Mary Lee will be here at 7:30, so she'll
So
be
that's in
fine for
15
hers.
minutes.
Yes. And because the next agenda item is 20 minutes, so that should be fine. And then LMUTC, I recommend at least come to the next meeting when we vote on it.
okay, so they're not here, so it's just more like a read-through. All right. Hi. All right, perfect. Okay. All right, so we have item number 4 will be the next one, presentation, discussion on missing middle house study draft strategies. The Mayor Council share presentation for Prince George's County Planning Department and the missing middle house study draft strategies, providing feedback and recommendations. Who do we have here from? Hi, can you go ahead and press that button so it shows green, so that way you're on, and introduce yourself so we know who you guys are.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
Good evening. My name is Karen Muro. I'm one of the housing planners in Prince George's County Planning Department and the project manager of the Missing Middle Housing Study. And joining me in giving you this presentation tonight is John Parks.
Hi, good afternoon, or good evening. My name is John Parks. I'm also another housing planner with Prince George's County Planning Department and the deputy project manager for the Missing Middle Housing Study.
I also just want to acknowledge that the supervisor of our NRS section in the planning department, CPD, and also the division chief of community planning department, Andrea. Andrea is also here with us today. Andrea Gillis and Josephine Salvacumer. Sorry about that. I want to get their full names for you. So it's great to be back here with you. As you may remember, we gave you the Missing Middle Housing Roadshow virtually a few months ago. So it's great that you have that background as we're drilling down into more specifics about the study. And tonight what we're going to talk about is the draft recommendations and strategies, and then specific to Mount Rainier's and COZ. So I'm going to start with a little bit of background for you. Could you go back one slide, please? Thank you. As some of you are aware, many other jurisdictions across the United States have undertaken a process to address housing underproduction, affordability, and choices. We believe that missing middle housing can be an additional way the county can meet those housing needs and goals. This housing shortage is experienced by both renters and homeowners alike. That is, even when a household can afford to rent or buy a home, there may not be an appropriately sized or priced unit available in their area. This gap means that middle-income families have difficulty finding appropriate housing in Prince George's County, but it also means that current residents lack options to age in place, explore first-time home ownership, and otherwise find homes that either aren't high-rise apartment buildings or single-family homes. The goal of this study is to promote a range of missing middle housing types and areas throughout the county, examine current barriers and opportunities, and provide recommendations to create a more inclusive housing future for all Prince George's County residents. Next slide, please. Thank you. Historically, the county was recognized as having a more competitive housing price points compared to the region, but this increased demand for housing, coupled with the narrow ability to increase supply, has driven up prices for everybody. And like other areas in the country, Prince George's County is experiencing a significant housing shortage. There is a mismatch between what housing is being built and what folks need. Housing policies and development practices are faltering to support first-time homebuyers to enter the market, to provide opportunities for seniors to age in place, and develop pipelines for young professionals. There is a lack of housing opportunities which directly respond to the diverse needs of the county. Given this reality, we have to think about housing production differently. The study is exploring how to further housing production, which meets the unique needs of county residents through a diversity of housing types in both form and scale. Next slide, please. Thank you. Missing middle housing describes a range of housing types and design and unit count. These types can be anywhere from 2 to 9 units and have the same form and scale of a single-family home. In many cases, these types used to be built, but in the 1980s, zoning and building codes were changed, and it made it basically impossible to build these types, and the outcomes of development did not generate context-driven types. These are examples from across the country, but in many cases, missing middle housing types are already in our neighborhoods. And the building on the top left is a fourplex located in Mount Rainier on Bunker Hill Road, where it leads into Eastern Avenue. You're probably familiar with that. These are examples from across the country, and in many cases, missing middle housing types are already in our neighborhoods, as I said. Not only is the form and scale of these are middle in the traditional sense of a single-family home and a large apartment building, but the lower construction cost provides a more competitive price point for middle-income families. Next slide, please. Missing middle housing functions best when located in a walkable area with access to amenities, transit networks, and jobs. It's critical to the success of this study that we identify areas of the county which are best suited for missing middle housing development, rather than offering merely an additional housing design which furthers suburban sprawl. The studies identified 2 distinct target area designations that you see on the map: the missing middle housing opportunity areas and the missing middle housing focus areas. There were 8 qualifying factors: are the place types, analysis, or nature of the existing built environment that went into the consideration and development of these locations. Job density, the development pipeline projects, proximity to Plan 2035 centers, transit stations, population density, and street connectivity. The missing middle housing focus areas are areas which meet all thresholds for opportunity areas, but have a combination of connectivity and access to local amenities that make them especially well suited for missing middle housing. Missing middle housing opportunity areas and areas with the potential to be transformed from non-walkable into walkable places could support more missing middle types, and these should be encouraged and enabled. Next slide, please. Now, John is going to talk about some of the study goals.
Great. Thanks so much, Karen. So housing policies in general can be organized into three categories: policies focused on housing production, housing preservation, or the protection of existing residents. And this study is exploring a production-focused policy, which could be a tool for the county to respond to current and future housing demand, as highlighted in the previous slides. Based on internal conversations within the planning department, leadership, and subject matter experts, these are the study goals that were identified in the scope of work, and the project team has developed an approach for accomplishing these study goals. These goals were identified by research and analyzing best practices from around the country, regional trends, and our county goals for creating more attainable housing choices for middle-income households. And these study goals informed and guided the draft recommendations, which we are going to discuss next. Next slide, please. So as stated, we conducted research into best practices to encourage the production of missing middle housing. And the team used their vast experience and looked at thought leaders across the United States to develop draft recommendations and strategies, which are tailored specifically to the needs of Prince George's County. Many of these recommendations discuss needed changes to our zoning ordinance, building codes, and overall agency coordination to achieve a greater availability of housing choices for current and future county residents. These strategies and recommendations are by no means the final language or even proposed changes to any ordinances or regulations. These are simply guiding principles that we will use to coordinate internally to achieve these goals. And these are the categories of draft strategies and recommendations. And I believe the full list of draft strategies and recommendations was distributed. But if anyone didn't get that, we'd be more than happy to provide that full list of strategies and recommendations. So we want to go into the draft strategies and recommendations that are specific to the city of Mount Rainier to gather input and feedback. And again, we want to emphasize this study is an exploratory exercise in changes that would allow for missing middle housing. This study will not directly make changes. It will be used to inform county and municipal decision makers about missing middle housing and how to promote these types. Specifically, the Mount Rainier Neighborhood Conservation Overlay Zone, or NCOZ, preempts many of the development standards within the base zoning district regarding height, bulk, lot size, and other components. As well, it provides additional design requirements in order to preserve the historic design context within the city of Mount Rainier. And as Mount Rainier was identified as a missing middle housing focus area due to its excellent location adjacent to amenities, access to transit, and proximity to employment centers, the NCOZ without amendments may be a barrier to some missing middle housing types. The draft recommendations propose to encourage missing middle housing types within the NCOZ area, but also highlight the importance of developing design standards to maintain neighborhood scale and character. And while this is already being done by the NCOZ itself and neighborhood compatibility standards within the zoning ordinance, it's critical to ensure quality design at all levels of review. As well, we have provided, again, the full list of recommendations, and we would welcome any insight regarding those, that full list of recommendations. And next slide, please. And as well, I do want to highlight that the photo that's in the bottom is actually another fourplex within the city of Mount Rainier. Fiveplex, apologies, fiveplex. Cottage City. Well, a close neighbor. Next slide, please. if we go back one. Yeah, so this is truly a paradigm shift for the county. An implementable missing middle housing policy will augment the county's ability to respond to the acute housing needs of our current residents and retain or attract the next generation of Prince Georgians. Something like this has never been done in the county, and this study provides a substantial body of work to inform the planning department's vision for housing as well as county and municipal stakeholders, and assist in concise or correct messaging and inform our decision makers about how to proceed in promoting missing middle housing within Prince George's County. And with that, we would love to transition to a more open-ended discussion about the draft strategies and recommendations. So thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm going to open up to Mayor and Council to see what questions they have. Okay. We are going to start. Joseph?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very excited to see this study progressing, and from what I understand about middle missing housing, it really brings vibrancy to communities. It helps with long-term financial stability. And it also, we don't just have examples in our community from time immemorial. We actually, not in the NCOS, but in the LMUTC, we did have a vacant lot, used to be a underwhelming community garden, and is now 4 townhomes right in the heart of downtown. So we show we can do that in Mount Rainier. The 2 things I was hoping to see in this study, if it's not too late to include them, I would love to see how it would positively impact our businesses, because I often hear about how businesses don't have enough customers. And I know that if we have a denser area with more folks living in it, that could be more of a customer base for our small businesses. And the other thing I would like to see is, I know that as you put more housing in less space, you wind up with benefits for your tax rate. So I would love to see how this could positively impact our communities, our city's tax income as you work through the study. And I can send you some links too, if you need any guidance on that.
So every time you move away from the mic, they cannot pick you up. No, because you keep doing this. Just so you know, it's all chopped up. Jenny, Danielle, Valerie, go ahead.
So I'm new to dealing with Prince George's County politics, but as far as I have learned a year into being on council, we don't really have any power here. And I'm curious, given what you discussed in terms of the overlay zone, as a municipality, what actually could we do to support development of missing middle?
Sure, that's a great question. Well, this any changes to incorporate new missing middle housing types throughout the county or in certain areas that were identified on the maps before, the focus areas and the opportunity areas, I think will take place through either sector plan updates. We'll be writing that language to encourage that and get it into writing so that when proposals come forth, we can compare those and support those types of developments. And then also through probably some text amendments to the zoning ordinance, because as you know, the planning department does control the zoning and other regulatory standards for development in the county. For as far as the NCOZ, what the strategy is recommending is to allow certain missing middle housing types, especially more duplexes and triplexes in the NCO overlay zone, so that you can incorporate more missing middle housing types. And then back to Mr. Jakuda's point about increasing small business activities, I want to point out that one of the benefits that missing middle housing types have is, we talked about how they really work well in walkable environments where there's access to amenities and services. And, the more residents you have, the more people who are able to take advantage of those, they're able to support those businesses. In fact, there was a Brookings Institute study that found that, there was an 80% increase in small business activities just by increasing the walkability in those environments. So That's a good thing for the city. It's a good thing for the small businesses in the city. But as far as making changes or recommendations to advance missing middle housing throughout the county, that will probably be done by us through plan changes and amendments to the zoning ordinance.
And if I can add as well, a critical component of this is looking at the design and what these missing middle housing types will look like. While it hasn't been initiated yet, we're going to be exploring that design. And a critical feature of that is partnerships with municipalities. You all know best the feel and character of your communities, and we want to ensure that any new housing types, specifically any new missing middle housing types, complement and bolster the existing neighborhood fabric of that. So that partnership is critical, regardless of our agency having land use authority. We look to municipal leaders to be able to provide input on what these types are going to look like in the communities that you represent.
Danielle?
Thank you so much for coming. I actually first learned about missing middle housing when I did the Neighborhood Academy with Parks and Planning. I was in the first class, and it was very interesting to learn about the different zoning types and stuff in the community, what we have, what we don't have. As you may know, Mount Rainier is, I think we still hold the designation of the most densely populated city in the state of Maryland. So density is not something that we're afraid of. I see this map here of areas in Mount Rainier that, Rainier, I could get in trouble for not saying it right. Are there any specific areas that you have identified here in Mount Rainier that you would like to see converted, or is this just bringing it to us for information? Do you have any?
To you for information, we have not identified.
Before you answer, can I get council to add more time? Because we only have 3 minutes. We still have like 2 speakers to speak. Can you guys do a motion for at least, 10 more minutes?
I motion we add 10 minutes to the clock.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, so probably moved and second. Any discussion? Objection, abstentions, hearing none. Apologies, I didn't want to cut you
That's
like
okay.
mid-sentence,
That's
so go
okay.
ahead.
Thank you.
You go answer.
So your question again?
My question was, I saw the map here that you have in Mount Rainier, and you have all and I know those are the zoned areas that are zoned for this. Do you have any specific, like housing or vacant housing or anything that you have identified?
No, not at this point. We are not identifying specific parcels or properties. We're not proposing to take anyone's property or anything like that. That's not what this is about. This is about actually providing the opportunity to add more housing choices for people to be able to afford where they live.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
And again, just adding on to this, this is the study is an exploratory exercise. So there will be no accompanying zoning changes, no changes to the development standards that are currently in the zoning ordinance. This is meant to serve as kind of the body of research in order to inform those decision makers. So yes, we have not identified specific parcels or identified specific areas that will have any sort of development modifications. This is simply highlighting that there could be a need to make changes within the specifically the neighborhood conservation overlay zone.
Well, thank you for bringing your study to us. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a great study. So thank you for doing this. I think I would like to, we have a strategic plan coming up in the city. I think this is where this study could possibly inform some of that work for the next 10 years. And then I also wonder, is this only in Prince George's County, or is this like a more statewide? I know this is the Prince George's Planning Department, but is this happening elsewhere? And what is the engagement, or is there engagement with the State Department of Housing and Community Development?
Sure. So this study applies only to Prince George's County. But as you are aware, in the past several years, nearby jurisdictions have gone through the same process. Montgomery County, they were successful after going through some back and forth and changes. Also, Arlington, Alexandria was able to change it relatively quickly and easily. Every place's process is a little bit different. Everyone either engages with it more and embraces it more readily or not. But this study applies only to Prince George's County. And in fact, we've learned a lot from what other places have gone through by doing this as well. So
And a component of this study and a critical part of it is looking at those other areas. So within the study, we're looking at, how do the housing shortage is not isolated to Prince George's County. It is not unique to us. It is a nationwide issue. And that lends itself to we have a great body of work to look on what other places are doing, how we can tailor that to the needs within the county. So a component of the study is looking at what other places across the country are doing.
Thank you. And just to follow up, is there any communication or engagement with the State Department of Housing and Community Development on this particular issue?
With the Maryland Department of Planning, they're aware of the study and they're supportive of it. As you know, they convened, this is not missing middle housing, but an ADU task force. That's another housing option that's going to become available to Prince Georgians at the end of the year, hopefully. That was a state mandate. And then the Prince George's Department of Housing and Community Development is also a partner with us and will be a partner in implementing this as well.
Thank you.
So once again, thank you for coming. I think that for me, I'm happy the study is happening. In the last legislation, there was a very big housing bill. There is from the top level from Prince George's County all the way through county executive team, like county council chairs and stuff like that,
Right.
went to speak when it came to their letting the state know like, hey, we're doing this study, and it's just not about like throwing a number. This how many houses you're supposed to have in Prince George's County, because not all the counties are the same.
Right.
So this allows us to be able to analyze the data. The other thing is like the comment regarding the municipalities don't have any input. We have a lot of input that actually the current zoning, our LMETC team,
Right.
like send stacks of information. So Joseph, I think that they're going to be doing the same thing. So they were from the first review all the way through the final. They will submit information to us as council, say, hey, this is the recommendations, and we were passing them forward. I think that from what I understand from the team was over a 90% of the things that the Rainier asked for it to be in the plan were actually incorporated.
Great.
So Rainier has never been very silent about what is it that we will stick on it. And it's always, thank you for clarifying that it's not about taking nobody's property. And Rainier is in a very unique position because we're tapped out.
Yeah.
We're very tapped out. We might have like a little hole here and there, but the reality is like we're very tapped out on potentially what we could do and being the highest density populated city in the whole entire state. There's only so much room.
Right. Well, as residential
Yeah.
redevelopment can occur, these might be good options for
And I
you.
think that that's important that you guys voice, because I think people feel like, okay, we're known for having beautiful backyards.
Right.
And people feel like they're gonna be chopped up and another building is gonna be thrown in there, and now it's like double the population, and as it is, we're very tight spaced already. But so my question to you guys is, what is the timeline looks like for you guys to start the process? And I would like to invite you guys back to figure out like when it comes to community involvement, because
Sure.
it's very big for us as
Sure. Well, I can tell you right now that we are reviewing the draft of the final study. And on June 4th, the consultants and the planning team here will be giving a hybrid presentation in front of the planning board on June 4th. So you might be interested in tuning into that. And then after that,
We could pass it out to the community.
sure, I'll send you the link.
Okay. And thank you for the work that's doing. So I think that there is a need for housing. And I
Yes.
think the study will be able to best relay what is needed in Prince George's County. And
Yeah.
that way, from what I understand, a bill might be coming, next legislation as well, but at least you'll have like more data from our county.
Yeah.
And not prior to COVID,
It's-
that's the concerns of people. have.
It's really something that, when you either read it or you hear the full presentation on the full study, that, it's really enlightening, and you really start to realize that, we all have housing issues. We may not have them now, but we've had them in the past. We'll be confronted with them in the future. So now is a really good time to think about not only our needs, but everyone else's housing needs
Perfect. And
as
my
we go
last question
forward.
would be more of a sense of making sure that you know, we have a lot of our seniors aging in place.
Yes.
But sometimes the houses are so big and there's nowhere for them to go.
Right.
You know, and the price point for some of the apartments are so expensive that they pay less in mortgage in their house. So something that I know is being talked statewide, like what is the middle ground to be able to move people so that way families are moved to the big homes because we're big family homes, but also like making sure that there is a place for our elders if they choose to move.
Yes, and that concern has been voiced loudly by all sorts of people that we've talked to, for sure.
And as well, I want to just echo, you know, we are, of course, available, you know, whether Karen, myself, Josephine, or Andrea, to answer any questions. As the advocates for your community, we want to make sure that you're informed and provided with all of the information that your constituents are looking for. And if we can have any opportunity to speak with anyone, we'd be more than happy to do that.
Thank you. Yes. And any information you have, we love to read it as a Rainier. Okay, so thank
Thank
you
you.
guys so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
All right, moving on to item number 5, presentation, discussion, tree commission report. The mayor and council received a report from the tree commission. Hi, Marcy.
Hello.
So I think that might be something. Go ahead.
All right. Greetings. Good evening. My name's Mary Lee Howitt. I'm the Tree Commission Chair. And today I'm here to talk about the Tree Commission, what we've been up to, some of our activities that are ongoing, some of our accomplishments, and some of our challenges. Next slide. So why does the Tree Commission exist? What do we do? So we are established in the Urban Forest Code, so Chapter 12B. And we have a lot of different activities that we do. We help maintain and improve the city's tree canopy. We advise the city on trees. We educate city staff and the residents. We advocate for the preservation of existing trees. We do a lot to coordinate planting of new trees around the city. And then we do have a formal role in the review of public tree removals and hear resident appeals under the ordinance. So I'm going to talk about some of these things in more detail in the next slide. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because hopefully council understands the benefits of trees, but for folks that don't, maybe are less familiar of like why trees are beneficial to communities, this is a short list. There's a lot more that we could say about trees and their benefits, but these are some of the common ones. They help cool our streets, they help save residents' energy, support wildlife, of course, absorb stormwater, calm traffic, and do increase property values. Next slide. Okay, so for ongoing activities, we do a lot. So the Tree Commission is a very active group. And some of the things that we do throughout the year, winter pruning of young trees. We help maintain the city tree inventory and coordinate tree observation walks in the summer. I'll talk a little bit more about that. Tree planting coordination, which I mentioned already, maintenance coordination. We work with the utility companies in the city. PEPCO and WSSC are very common ones that are doing work in the city, provide input on city projects, and then again, have a formal role in terms of some assessment, permit, waiver process, and outreach and education. So next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about winter pruning. So winter pruning, this is, when I talk about the Tree Commission is involved in winter pruning, we're talking about small street trees. So we have hand tools that the city has purchased that we use. We go around the city. We have a map that we mark here on the right to notate kind of where we have been. Each commissioner has a different color, so we're not duplicating effort. And we're going to hopefully every street tree in the city that is small and manageable with hand tools and trying to do structural pruning. So why do we do this? To establish strong, healthy, and structurally sound trees. This reduces costly corrective pruning by contractors later. And we also are being really observant about pedestrian clearances and car clearances. So we're trying to shape the tree so it's not hitting people in the face when they're walking down the street or hitting a car as they're driving by. It's not perfect. We can't get everything, but it is something we're attempting to do every year. And this map is an illustration of what streets we were able to tackle as, you know, a 5 to 6 member commission last winter. Next slide. Just as a reminder for folks that don't know, the ordinance governs who can prune city trees. So only city tree contractors, tree commissioners, city staff, and other trained individuals with a pruning authorization letter can prune city trees. So this includes, the tree in the tree box in front of your house. And the reason is because you can do a lot of damage if you incorrectly prune a tree. And so there's training behind this, and anybody could stop somebody pruning a tree and say, do you have permission to do this? And so that's why we have these authorization letters that document the person has been trained and has permission from the city to prune small street trees. Next slide. And we do a lot with outreach. So we do a winter pruning workshop. We've been trying to do this on an annual basis. So we had one in February, in which our tree commissioner, Barry Stahl, led a public workshop. Anybody could come, learn about the benefits of pruning, why you do it, and how to feel comfortable and confident in terms of pruning your own trees on your property. We also had some folks show up who were interested in getting that pruning authorization letter to help out the tree commission. So this was a great way to get them trained up. Next slide. All right, I want to talk a little bit about the tree inventory. This is a database called Accessible Urban Tree Inventory, AUDI. And this is something that's been instituted in the last couple of years. Before we had a database, we had an Excel spreadsheet, which was prone to a lot of errors and very difficult to maintain. So the city has invested in this database. The tree commission keeps it maintained. And just so everybody knows, this is a pretty significant number. There's nearly 1,600 public city trees in Mount Rainier. So these trees all need to be maintained over time. And we are entering data into this database, such as the condition of the tree, species, size, location, who planted it, is it native, naturalized, or invasive. This is a very data-rich database, and we can pull information about it. Pull information from it. So for example, what are the top 10 species that are planted in Mount Rainier? There's a list. If you wanted to know the largest tree in Mount Rainier, the smallest tree, how many trees were planted in the last 2 years, we can get that information. And just tonight, somebody from the Tree Commission asked Lester, who maintains this inventory, can you make a map of all the serviceberry trees? Because there's a lot of delicious serviceberries out there right now. And so we have a map of the serviceberry trees that people can go and pick. So that is going to be posted, I think, to the listserv and to Facebook very soon. Next slide. And all that data is overlaid on a Google map, so each dot represents a tree. So this is on the city website. If anybody's curious about the tree in front of their house, I want to know what kind of species it is it in good condition, when was it planted? You can zoom in, find the tree in front of your house, and this is the type of information that pops up. It's all GPS located as well as correlated with the street address as well. Next slide. All right, so one of the ways we maintain the information in the database is we do summer tree observation walks. So we're trying to walk every street in the city and look at every tree. So nearly 1,600 trees in the summer to observe how are those trees doing? Are there any changes in health? Are there hazards? We want to make sure the data in the database in terms of its location is correct. And then we communicate any sort of hazards or risks to Public Works. So we're just getting going on that. And so that's something we do from June to November when the trees are leafed out, and we can get a good sense of their overall health. Okay, next slide. Tree planting. So we do a lot of coordination with different organizations. Over 636 trees have been planted in the last 5 years in the city. This is largely through partnerships with Joe's Greenworks, which is located here in Mount Rainier. They've run some great tree planting programs in partnership with the Tree Commission. Casey Trees has planted a significant number of trees in the city at no cost as well. And then the county had a huge planting project related to the levee mitigation project. So that's a whole other can of worms, but we did get the trees after 10 years of waiting, and nearly, over 260 trees have been planted through that county project. We also get trees that the Tree Commission may work in cooperation with the city in terms of planting, as well as WSSC does plant trees when they remove trees. Next slide. And then we do a lot with maintenance and coordination with the city. So when we talk about maintenance, we're talking about pruning, possibly needing to remove the tree. Watering is a huge concern for young trees, staking, mulching, and in some cases, removing invasive vines. So we work very closely with the Department of Public Works, again, pulling information from that database about tree hazards, feeding that information up if there needs to be some pruning done. Bartlett is the city's tree contractor. So with the small trees, we're trying to tackle those as a tree commission, but with big trees, we need to bring in Bartlett to handle that. So this is a very close collaboration, and a lot of work goes on in this area a couple times a year. Particularly Bartlett comes to town, I think 1 to 2 times a year to do this work. Next slide. Pepco also comes to town every 2 to 3 years. They're doing line clearing work and usually, surprises people. I know we do our best to try to let folks know when they're coming to town. They are planning to come to town at some point this summer, I believe. And so we have looked at their plans. In the past, we have met with Pepco reps to go over kind of what their plan is. We did, as a tree commission, provide some questions, recommendations to Public Works that I believe went back to Pepco, and we're waiting for the response. One of the concerns was just about the timing. So and this is in the ordinance as well, we recommend that work on trees not happen in the spring when birds are nesting. So if we can postpone that to later in the summer, that is a best practice that we're trying to encourage. All right, next slide. And then input on city projects. This is an example of input that we provided on the Newton Street project. So we provided a letter to the city with some of our recommendations. We reviewed plans, provide advice. In the case of the Newton Street project, I did meet with the contractor, had a really good conversation about tree root protection, tree protection, and that was very productive. So trying to do that as much as possible as well. Next slide. And then outreach and engagement is also a focus. We try to do our best as a small commission. Free tree program in partnership with Joe's Greenworks is an example of that, where we worked with the city communications to get the word out about that project. We had an Arbor Day celebration where we had a tree walk led by Gabe Popkin on the tree commission and Barry Stahl, in which we planted a couple white oaks in Richardson Park, the picture there in the middle. And then we try to do as much communication out to the community by writing articles for the message and posting those other articles around on the listserv and Facebook as we have capacity. Next slide. All right, so the Tree Commission has 2 vacancies right now, so I just want to make the council and everybody aware that we are seeking new members. As I mentioned, I think we're a commission of 7. Currently, we are 5. We are a very passionate, active, fun team. We like to get things done, so if folks are interested in trees and want to be part of this community of tree-loving residents, we certainly invite you to be part of the commission. You don't have to be an expert on trees. I came to the commission, I didn't have a lot of background, except I like trees, I knew a couple species, and have learned a lot from other folks. Next slide. All right, just pivoting to challenges. I just want to talk a little bit about challenges and some of the solutions that we have been working on with the city. So I think one big challenge is that residents and contractors that come to the city aren't aware that we have an ordinance that governs public and private property trees. So how do you deal with that? Like, we need to communicate that there are these rules, and there has been a lot of effort invested in this, ongoing coordination with the city on communication, work with code compliance in terms of enforcement, working with Public Works, getting information on the website so folks understand if they're looking for, does the city have tree protections, they can find it easily. But all that said, we do realize that there's people that have lived here for a really long time, but still don't know that there's a tree ordinance, and they could get in trouble and fined if they illegally remove a tree without going through the process. So over the last year, we've worked with the city to develop a door hanger. So those just got printed, which is very exciting, and they're in English and Spanish, and the goal is that we're going to put those on every house doorknob that we can over the next couple months so that there's awareness everybody's getting information equally, hopefully. So that is a big project that we've been working on over the last year and excited it's almost to fruition. Next slide. Infrastructure projects. So I talked a little bit about, Newton Street and other things. There's a lot of construction in the city. We just heard about the density of the city. Trees are kind of, in this very stressed space between sidewalks and streets. And when you're taking sidewalks out or doing curb work or road work, it's very likely tree roots are going to be affected. And that's the life support system of the tree. So we have really, I think, improved the relationship with the city in terms of communicating that impact and trying to put things in place to protect trees. So tree protection plans, the consulting arborist Matt Madeira is an expert in putting together tree protection plans. Requiring contractors with the city to understand the tree protection rules and having follow-up enforcement if they are violating those, protective fencing of trees. And then, like I mentioned, Tree Commission has recommendations and we'll meet with contractors in advance as well, just to kind of emphasize certain best practices. Next slide. Another big challenge is climate change and drought. We have all these young trees in the city and they need to be watered. They need regular deep watering. So any tree that's young, 1 to 3 years, needs regular watering. And we are in a drought right now. So this is an ongoing challenge. It's hard to it's hard to find solutions other than trying to get people to water trees and trying to, find time with the city public works staff to help with this as well. So we have often sent watering reminders, worked with public works to get the water truck out, and also thinking about planting climate resilient species. So native trees are more resilient to climate change in many cases. So we're trying to emphasize that. And this is just an ongoing challenge with, we have some solutions. It's an ongoing challenge. Next slide. And this is my last slide, just in terms of challenges. We are a volunteer group and just have limited capacity. We do a lot. And I just want to articulate, a lot of the services that we provide as a tree commission are provided by professional paid staff in other municipalities. And we understand, this is a small city and there's only so much funding to support additional capacity, but I do think there could be some creative solutions to look at in the future. I think one of our fears as a tree commission is if, we get burned out and the tree commission becomes less active, a lot of that work, most of that work I just mentioned will not happen. So do we have more hazardous trees that are causing problems for residents? All those things could really come into play. So I think the solution here is to think forward about what could additional capacity in the city look like. And some of the creative funding options may include Chesapeake Conservation Climate Corps. There has been some funding through Maryland's Urban Tree Grant Program for capacity building in cities, possibly cost sharing position with neighboring municipalities. Maybe there's a sustainability coordinator position that could be supported with grant funding that could include some of the work related to trees that I mentioned as well. Anyway, that's just some forward-thinking thoughts that we've included in our budget proposals for the last couple of years. And in closing, I just want to say a big thank you to city staff, Department of Public Works, code compliance, just for the support. It's a big collaborative effort. We're working very closely with all those departments and want to call out Victor from Public Works, who is transitioning over to the police department. He has been our tree liaison for many years and has been a great asset. And so wish him the best and just want to call out his great service to working with us. And with that, I'll stop and see if anybody has questions.
Thank you so much, Mary Lee, and also to the whole tree commission. So I'm going to go around the room to have the council have a question if they have any. But definitely, if you guys want to describe, the tree commissioners are basically the LORACs. They speak for the trees.
Yeah.
Very vocal, and we appreciate that because we have been able to save a lot of trees, not just plant them. So every tree counts here. All right, so Joseph, I'm going to go with you since you're the liaison first.
I'll go first, and I'm going to start by making a motion to add 10 minutes to the clock.
So make it.
I move to add 10 minutes to the clock.
Second.
Is it probably moved and second? Any discussion? Objection, abstentions, hearing none. We're adding 10 more minutes to the clock. Go ahead.
No, thank you, Mary Lee. I don't have too many questions because that was a very thorough presentation. It really covered. I mean, I've been listening and participating in liaising with the tree commission for a couple months now, and you guys just do amazing work. I can't help but thank Lester and Judy and Barry and Gabe and yourself for making this all happen, plus all the other volunteers that are pruning. And I know there's so much work to do too, because you didn't even get into the problems of English ivy that needs to be dealt with. And then we also have rain gardens, which aren't trees, but are also plants, and we need help with. So I'm really supportive of looking for ways to find funding to make this happen in future budgets, because we need support for all this. And it's really a vital service given the climate impacts and the ability to lower our temperatures and have fresh, cleaner air from having trees and other plant life. Thank you.
I think you said it was going to be short. Danielle, Valerie, and Jenny. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this. I really enjoyed this presentation. It was very well done. I love trees. They used to call us tree huggers, but I love trees. Sadly, we lost 2 of our trees a few years ago in our backyard, and we replaced it with an oak that I think my husband got from Barry down at the Nature Center 2 years ago. And it breaks my heart that it's not growing faster. So I'm looking for another tree to put in my backyard. The things you guys do in the mapping, you guys do tremendous work. And I just want to point out that, it's recognized even by people who don't know about the Tree Commission. I didn't know about the Tree Commission until I got on council. I love what you said about Pepco, trying to coordinate with them, because they came in, the Tulip Magnolia next door to me at 3204, they butchered it. And it broke our hearts to see it, struggling to try to survive. And I love the idea of the door hangers. So, and you say you need 2 volunteers to join the commission.
There's 2 vacancies. I mean, we can function as a commission with 5, but there's a lot to do. So we would love additional members. Yes.
Well, I will be more than happy to put that in my newsletter and see what I can do to try to help you find people too. So thank you for everything you do. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. This was a really robust presentation, which I appreciate. I'm happy to see the Audi system working really well, because that's an exciting development. I do have a question about that though. Are there any plans for training other people to use the Audi system? Is that something the Tree Commission might do? Especially as, you have different people coming onto the commission, you might consider having a training on using the system so that the next generation of people can use it. That's something to think about. And then the other thing I was going to mention is that the Maryland State Department of Service and Civic Innovation is opening their grant applications now for their Service Corps year. And I feel like this would be a great program to include with the Tree Commission to show young people about how to use tree, like to work on trees and work in a city committee and things like that. So that might be something the city could potentially apply to. So those are my 2 things, but thank you for your presentation. Yeah, thank you.
Do you want me to, there was a question there, so I can answer about the database. So Lester Sherman is our database expert on the Tree Commission. He has adopted this project and he could probably really answer that question easily. There's a couple people that have access to update and maintain the information. And we as the Tree Commission have really been the group that's maintaining it, but we would like the city to also be maintaining that information as well. So we would love to do that. I think there's an opportunity perhaps with Public Works, depending on capacity. But I think it has to do with like number of licenses and access permissions. And I don't have that at the top of my head, but several people do have access. And there's the ability, I think, to get more access. It's just making sure they're trained, like you said.
Yeah, I just think it would be a cool partnership, even with the Joe Stream team, to show people how the system works, just so that there's more awareness of it and that it's being done.
Thank you, Mary Lee. I was snacking on service berries from a street tree. Love it. 3802 Rhode Island Avenue, right by Tangi's. It's like loaded. So I'm super excited about the map. But I wanted to ask you, there's been a few incidents over the past year that I'm aware of. There might be others that I'm not aware of, in which people were cutting or like pruning, like bad pruning, or like actually just cutting down trees that you brought to our attention, or that were brought to your attention. And I'm wondering how you feel the partnership with the city has been with regard to like problems like that, and if there are changes or improvements that you think the council should consider or the city manager should consider.
Yeah, I think, I've been in the city for 15 years, a little longer than that. And I have seen a great improvement. I mean, part of that is having an ordinance and rules. Part of that is enforcement. So you can have the best ordinance in the world, but if you don't have enforcement, it doesn't really matter. So code compliance is really, I think, stepped up is not the right word, like added capacity in this regard, to the point where I feel that the code compliance officers understand the ordinance to a large degree in a way that they haven't before. And there's been cases where I hear a chainsaw, which I'm like one of those people that chases the chainsaw, and code compliance is there in some cases already, kind of asking the questions. Could there be improvement? I'm sure there could be. We did have a meeting with code compliance, gosh, I don't know, like 4 or 5 months ago, because one of the problems that we identified is that code compliance officers can identify hazardous trees, or a neighbor can call in a hazardous tree. Like, I just don't like those people. Therefore, I want to get them in trouble and say their tree is hazardous and get them potentially fined or something like that. And so code compliance aren't tree experts. And so there was a couple cases where they were deeming a tree hazardous, but without a professional arborist, the city consulting arborist, making that determination. So we had a meeting to try to iron that out, and I think it's ironed out. So if there is a question of whether a tree is hazardous, bring in the city consulting arborist to provide that professional opinion. He reacts very quickly. He can often come to the city within a day. So there had been a couple issues around that. I think it's been ironed out. But education, I think, is the solution to any sort of issue of unawareness. I think a lot of tree work happens on the weekends where people are trying to get away with it. So I realize that we can't have code compliance working every day of the week, given budget constraints, but that could be an area of improvement as well if we have more eyes on kind of those issues on the weekends. Yeah.
You know that our police department also
Mr.
paying
Kamali,
attention.
Mr. Kamali, you have a mic.
It's okay if I just add something. Just want to let you know that, and you know that our police department on the weekend, in case if we receive any call, and the neighbors or the resident can call the emergency line, and definitely the police is going to be there, and then they can contact the code, and the code Alma is just 5 minutes from here, and she can be there, and it has happened in the past too. So I do appreciate that. If there is anything like this, just on the weekend, as you said, there is a budget, limitation, and we cannot have anybody on the weekends.
Right. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I don't necessarily have I do have a question from one of the residents that I wasn't able to answer, so it'd be perfect for you. But going back to the two positions that are still missing for commissioners, if you're interested, please reach out to the tree commission. Joseph is the liaison as well. The city portal's there as well. But also when they have events, it's open to all the community. Like whether it's like the pruning, where it's like tree, where it's information, right? They're very welcoming. So even if they say like, hey, we're going to be pruning trees, it's like if you come in and like, they're willing to teach you on the spot as well. But also when tree planting has happened, like a lot of us have been hands-on to try to support it because it takes some time. So either it could be done within an hour and a half, or it could be done into several hours based on how many people. So, so the big ask for the community, so like when you see information out, please come out and support the team so that way they're also not burned out. Because if we have we could get all the trees in the world coming to the city, but there is a requirement for you to take care of it for the first 3 years for you to help them plan, right? And that is more of like a learning curve that needs to be. So please continue to volunteer. The other one I was asked, dogwood trees. I know there's a few in the city. How do you call it? Is there something that we're thinking of adding more, or what does that look like?
We haven't had a lot of luck with dogwoods as street trees. They're pretty sensitive, and we have tried multiple times in various locations and they have died. So we as a tree commission do not recommend dogwoods as street trees. Could be perfectly fine in your yard, but we just have not had success. So we've kind of crossed that off our list, unfortunately.
And good, thank you for telling me, because the ones that I know of, they're in private property. That's some people that came and make it. I was like, I don't know, I have to ask. But other than that, thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
You guys are definitely, when I say you guys speak for the trees heavily, and we have been very gifted to have within the committee many people that are very knowledgeable, that they're able to train and work with people that might not be as knowledgeable. So we're able to balance the committee enough, and that has allowed also for us to be able to do as much as it comes to the city, because I think that when people hear tree commissioners, I don't think they always realize how much work is being done. But if in doubt, ask for the letter, because everybody that has applied for it, they go through the process, they need to have the letter. So that's something that people could easily do. So thank you for that.
Sure.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Mary Lee. And thank you as well to our code department for being great partners and stewards, as well as public work as well, because we have at least two, right? Two street on it, Arocio and Victor, which is outstanding. But this is going on for many years of work, so thank you to all the other people that have helped us through it. Right? Okay, so moving on to item number, I apologize. Item number 6. We have our city attorney, Elisa, here with us, and our city manager. So I'm not gonna read the whole entire line of the ordinance because it is in writing, and I already read the whole entire thing. So I don't have to go one by one on it, okay? So Mr. Kamali and Lisa, I'm gonna switch this over in this regarding ordinance 04-2026. The floor is yours. And just remember, Mr. Kamali, you don't have a mic, so you have to move the mic forward.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just, give the floor to Alyssa since she's the major architects on that one. So we'll listen to her and see what we do.
So of the ordinances on your agenda, I'm sorry, good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Of the ordinances on your agenda, Chapter 7, I think, at least on its surface, is sort of the most complicated in terms of what we've done to it. So I've gone through sort of section by section to sort of describe what we've done there. So Chapter 7 has been largely reorganized and streamlined to make it more understandable and easier to follow, hopefully, and to better reflect the city's actual practices and nomenclature, because there were so many times when I'd be talking to your code enforcement officers, director of code enforcement, and I'd say, this doesn't make sense to me. Is this really what you're doing? And she'd be like, no, we never do that. There was a large amount of extraneous text in the purposes and policies section that has been deleted, so that what remains is the central tenet. The definitions remain mostly the same. However, I included churches as charitable institutions instead of calling them out separately, which I don't think is constitutionally supportable. Just as you cannot discriminate against religious institutions, you can't treat them more favorably. In 7-104, which continues to cover business licenses as before, we streamlined and combined duplicative provisions and corrected grammar and outlining errors. There were inconsistencies relating to the treatment of home occupations that we corrected, and we omitted regulations that are a function of the county zoning ordinance, except to say that the use must have proper county permits. Section 7105 was previously entitled occupancy licenses, and that was a little,
Sorry, just before you go on, we're having clarity, is this the latest package from, that was submitted today?
Yes.
so,
Because there were two different packages that were submitted, because this is the
Yes,
latest one.
we did replace it this morning.
Because you looked at, yeah, I think you have.
I have both, yeah, I brought both JSC.
Okay, good, yes.
Oh, this is the most
This
updated.
wasn't the May 1st version that we were working on. This is the April 15th version.
yeah, there is a May.
So that's what we're
I don't
asking.
think I went ahead. Yeah, so
So we're working on the whole.
We need to work on the new one.
I think this is still the old for this one.
So,
Yeah, there was a revised version on May 14th. However,
yeah,
those revisions, Councilman Jakuta very helpfully with eagle eyes went through and corrected a lot of punctuation and grammar and things that I thought I'd done a pretty good job, but apparently I missed some things. So, so mostly the changes in the May 14th version are those. So my description, so you'll have the correct one when you go to act on it at your legislative session. But I think the changes I'm describing, I don't think were impacted by the last round of changes that we made. And Councilman Jakuta, you can jump in after I finish describing this if you want to point out any changes that substantive changes we made that need to be reflected. Okay, so in 7105, as I was saying, was previously entitled occupancy licenses, and that was confusing because of its similarity to occupancy permits, which are a thing that county issues and we don't. So it's really relating primarily to rental licenses, so we've retitled it for clarity and made the same general types of changes that were made to section 7104. The code currently has a single section 106 titled permits, which has a number of subsections relating to a relatively large number of types of permits, which makes it a little difficult to find anything. And then it required a bunch of cross-referencing in the way the code is currently structured. So I broke that up into separate sections for each of the various types of permits. And then we've combined the provisions for denial, suspension, and revocation into a single new section 7112. Except for provisions that relate specifically perhaps to a particular kind of permit, which remain in the individual sections. We deleted provisions relating to payphones and newspaper boxes because they no longer exist. And we have deleted permits for temporary signs because the city has not been enforcing it. And it's a zoning matter for the county. The current ordinance says for each kind of permit that the fee is in the fee ordinance. It was unnecessary to say that repeatedly. So the new section 7114 fees simply says that all of them are in the fee schedule, except that it also clarifies that there are certain administrative fees for gaming devices and commercial refuse collection in addition to the basic fees. And that previously was not clear because it was located in the fee schedule and not in the chapter itself. We have moved what was section 107A, illegal evictions, because it doesn't really belong in licenses and permits. And we moved it to chapter 10, peace and good order, or peace and order, and you'll see it, but it's in the your same physical ordinance. And then there are no substantive changes to the violations and penalties section, which is now 7115, except for the deletion of fines relating to the items that we deleted. Do you want me to keep going through all the ordinances or just do one at a time?
Hold on one second. Team, can you also do us a favor? As Alyssa's talking, can you try to show whatever's on the screen? Because we're in 105 and I think we got to 109 or something like that, right? Okay, so this is the first chunk.
So
This
you
is
want me
chapter
to?
7.
Yeah, that is the whole ordinance. I've been through all the changes in this ordinance that you've got on the screen.
Okay. So, Council, Do you guys want Alyssa to continue, or do you have any questions at this moment for her? And if you have a question, raise your hand so that way I know. If not, we'll continue. So we're good to continue? Remember, this is just a walkthrough.
Yeah.
We're not voting on anything, but at least like verbally, we're showcasing it. Okay?
If I can just make a quick comment, I think we have a lot of questions, but I think it would be better for Alyssa just to read through all of them, since the others, because I have a lot of questions just about this one.
Well, then we probably should do that before I go to the next
You have 30
ordinance.
minutes.
I think in the interest of time, I think that we should have a separate work session to address all of the questions. So I think it would make the most sense right now for you to go through everything. Yeah. And then
That was
invite
my
you back.
point. Thank you.
I would
That's
say
fine.
just let me know that you need to speak so I could like call on you. It does
It's a
help.
work session.
Joseph and Valerie, go ahead.
I would just say, I think that especially Title VII, I think we do need to talk about it in more in depth because there's some, this is our opportunity to fix some other things policy-wise. So I would like to see another work session just for us to discuss policy portions of it, but I would like to get through.
Okay. Valerie?
Yeah, I think we should just read through all the changes now, and then we can have a conversation. If we have to schedule another work session, we can. But again, remember, we're at the very end of the fiscal year. And so I want to make sure that we're, clear about the timing of everything right now.
Okay, so Alyssa, go ahead.
Did you want to bring up chapter 9 then?
Yeah. Can you put chapter 9 out?
Chapter 9.
So this one's relatively straightforward. It's intended to replace the provisions relating to parking meters with provisions relating to your soon-to-be implemented internet-based, parking fee system. It also revises slightly, per the request of the city manager, the times during which the paid parking zones are in effect. You will see text deleted from subsection E on page 6, but that language has merely been moved and now appears on page 7 as a new section B. And also per previous discussion, we have moved the fines from the fee schedule to the chapter itself, and that now appears on subsection A on page 7. That's all I have on chapter 9.
I would say keep going.
Chapter 13?
I think this is more like a read through of information and then we'll get back to it.
Can we get chapter 13 up? Okay.
Okay.
This ordinance was primarily intended to move the fines from the fee schedule to the text of the chapter itself for the reasons we have previously discussed. Those fees have been increased per the recommendation of the chief. The default fine has been increased from $30 to $50. The fines for parking in a handicap space has gone from $225 to $250, and the same fine has been imposed for parking in front of a hydrant. The fine for leaving a vehicle running unattended is stayed at $100, but we removed the $200 cap, so it will double every 30 days as the other fines in the chapter do. A violation of the no through truck section, which is 13-118, which has been an increasing problem, as I understand it, has been made a misdemeanor with a fine of $200. In addition, we took the opportunity to make some changes that are more in the nature of housekeeping. We deleted some references to dumpsters that are covered in Chapter 7. We moved the references to the procedure for electing trial, and we inserted references to the administrative fees that were already included in the fee schedule but had no corresponding code reference. That's all I've got on that ordinance. And then the last ordinance, if we could get up, was the one with multiple chapters in it, starting with Chapter 3, including Chapter 3A, Chapter 16, et cetera. This ordinance has combined changes in the fines in various chapters where there were only 1 or 2 changes per chapter to avoid a plethora of individual ordinances. It amends Chapter 3, Section 305, relating to building permit fees to address the issue identified by Councilman Jakuta regarding the absence of a specified fee for demolition of buildings that are exactly 500 square feet. It amends Chapter 3A to increase various fines for property maintenance violation, conform certain penalties in Chapter 6, health and nuisances, to the amounts set forth previously in the fee schedule, as there had been inconsistency. It increases and transfers the fines for violations of the requirement of snow and ice removal in Chapter 12, because I know that you all had difficulties with those things in the past winter. And it increases the number of fines for serious violations of Chapter 14, animal control. Lastly, it amends Chapter 16, violations of ordinances, to implement the authority granted by the General Assembly to increase the maximum fines for municipal infractions from $1,000 to $5,000. That increase hadn't gone up. The maximum fine had not gone up in many, many years and was not consistent with the efforts of various municipalities to obtain compliance. And that's all I got.
The last one?
Is there another one?
Yeah.
No, that's it.
That's the one I just,
That was chapter 14.
Okay, so you.
Oh, that's a 3A part of chapter, the one that you.
okay, hold on. No, that's different. Give me one
the one that I
moment.
sent it to you.
Yes, one moment. I don't think I realized until today that that was going to be on. One moment. Apologies, I sent it a while ago. 1 second.
So as you look for it, as reminders we talked about, it's like this is not a voting item at this point. And if an extra meeting needs to have to cut it into pieces to be able to get the answers that we need, that's fine. The other thing is like, we had to rip the bandage sometime, right? So we need to talk about it today. If not, it's going to continue being pushed back and
Okay,
nowhere to be found.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Alyssa.
This is the one that per staff request made some changes to the requirements regarding parking on residential property to substitute this for what is currently in the International Property Maintenance Code. So it will say it's adding a new provision that's about abandoned or non-roadworthy motor vehicles and providing that they may only be parked on the exterior portion of residential property under a carport connected to a street or alley by a driveway or on the driveway. And then it defines what constitutes a driveway. So I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
That's it.
Okay, I just didn't want to cut you off. All right, council, I'm gonna go around once in case you have any questions for Alyssa since she's here. And just remind you guys, this is not like the end all. So if you have a question that is not answered, we could get that answer as well. All right, so Joseph, I went first with you before. Daniel, have I gone first with you before already or no?
No, I haven't.
Okay, go ahead, and we'll go around this way.
Okay, great. Thank you, Alyssa, for this. It's a lot of work. And it was a lot of work reading through it all. My brain was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate everything. The questions that I have are mainly, about fee amounts and stuff like that, things that we can discuss with Mr. Kamali. So I'm just going to take my moment to thank you very much for all the hard work you put into this, and we appreciate you coming and presenting it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And yes, because the amount of the fees, I have no pony in that race. So you decide what you think they should be, and we will put them in.
Jenny?
Thank you for your work on this, and thank you, Councilmember Jakuta, for your exacting nature. I am applying for an outdoor event permit,
Okay.
and I dislike the $1 million liability policy. Can you? And I think we've spoken about this before. Because it was trying to be enforced against my residents when it hadn't previously been in the code. So I appreciate the trying to write the code to match our practices. But can you remind me, is this like a requirement from Legit? Because I'm really trying to balance like community, right? The purpose of our code is to create a community that we all want to live in. And sometimes that can get lost in the minutia.
Sure.
So could you remind me why that is recommended?
I don't believe, and I'd have to go back and look and I can follow up with you. I don't believe that it's a requirement from Legit, but it is intended to reduce the number of claims that go to Legit because that increases the city's insurance costs.
Okay. I mean, no offense to you. I just don't like lawyers, right? And
that's okay since you are.
Yeah. And I would like to have our ordinance reflect community togetherness more than fear of liability.
That's entirely a policy call for you collectively. It's my job to
I know.
Tell you what will best, in my judgment, protect the city.
Yeah.
And then it's your job to balance those interests against your public policy.
Yeah, I think that we will probably want to propose some changes to Chapter 7 in particular, which Councilmember Carter alluded to previously. And we'll probably want your wise counsel in terms of risk assessment for some of those changes. Thank you.
Joseph,
I'm sorry, could I just?
Joseph, can you add more time to the clock, please? Can you make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to add
10?
10 minutes to the clock.
Just super fast.
It's been probably moved and second. Any discussion?
Sorry.
Objection, abstentions here, none. 10 more minutes have been added to the clock, just so we stay consistent. I
I
apologize.
apologize. No, I'm not used to your procedure, so forgive me. I just wanted to ask, to the extent that you're able to, before we come back to whatever work session we're going to talk about it, if you could just sort of highlight for me the sections you want me to be prepared to deal with, that would probably make things more productive.
Joseph,
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for all the work you've done on this.
My pleasure.
I know in my comments to you, I think I was reading through chapters or Title 7, and I was like, this is
Joseph, I need you to move the mic as close as you can to you because they're alerting me that they can hear you.
Then she's going to tell you to
Well,
move it.
and then as soon as it gets close, then it's going to. So anyway, yes, I thank you for all the work on this. I do think there were still version control issues with, it looks like Chapter 13, Chapter 9, and the various ones as well. So I'm hoping that that can correct it too, because I think there were ones that we've gone through and added our commas and whatnot. I do think that we could, I'd be personally fine if the last one we talked about, Chapter 3A, we moved forward. I think that one's pretty simple. I don't think we need
What
to
is
talk
3A?
about it. This is the exterior parking one. I don't think that's still up there, but that was a pretty short one, and I don't think there was much. So if I know you wanted to get some stuff done, so I'd be in favor of that one at least, because I don't know, at least in my opinion. I'm going to ask my one question though. I don't think anyone here is going to be able to answer this. So I'm calling upon the city to use your collective minds to answer why it is that in Chapter 13, we allow for vehicles that are owned and licensed by city residents prior to March 1st, 2006, that are, I believe, RVs, or no, boat trailers with or without a boat, camping trailers, travel trailers, or utility trailers to be parked solely on the 3700 block of Otis Street. I cannot fathom that particular carve out. And so if any history buffs out there know why and can tell me because I don't like carve outs like that, but I really want to know what that one is. Thank you.
Yeah, please email Brian Nedler. I'm sorry.
Your mic, because if not, they
sorry.
cannot hear you.
No, I just want to let you know that you're always welcome to email Brian Nedler, the former council member.
And former mayor, too.
Mayor too. Thank you, Mayor.
I wondered the same thing, I have to say.
But now I look forward to our further discussions on 7 and 9 and 13 because we got some important
And
work to do.
16 and the rest of them. All right, Valerie?
Yes, thank you for your work on this. I think my request, since we're going to go through all these ordinances, I think we need to have a strong communications plan as a city, and we need to have like some visualization of like what the code was, why we're changing it, and what it is now, so that people can follow along as we change these ordinances. So that's my one request, is that we get that. It would be helpful for me as well, just as a council member, to see it visually instead of just all the text. I mean, we've read through it 3 times, but like getting it visually so I can quickly point to something. This is what it is. This is what it's not, so that people are very clear. That would be helpful.
So for most of the time when I do an ordinance and we just do it like most of the ones before you where we strike through and add stuff, it's relatively easy to see. On chapter 7, because it was so extensive, and Councilwoman Carter knows this, but I gave her a red line and I thought, this is just, it looks like gobbledygook, but it was helpful to her. And if
I would be happy to share it with
I I didn't send it because when I looked at it, I thought that would give me a headache. So I tried to explain it.
Yeah.
But I hear what you're saying.
I just think for the community, especially for the community, as we roll this out, we should have a plan for communicating this in ways that make sense to people that don't look at legalese and lawyer stuff all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could send it to, well, at least to me or all of us, that definitely will be helpful, so we could have it in our archives.
Sure.
That will help, and I definitely will second, when in doubt, when it comes to anything co-related in the books, reach out to Brian. He was with us like 20 years as well, just like Mary Miles, so one or the other one will know. So we definitely need to create a simple document, especially for the fees, because it's extensive work that we're doing here. So Alyssa, thank you so much, Joseph as well, to our teams for helping in making these documents happen. It's needed. That's the reality of it. With like every year, legislation changes, and we have to update our documents so that we're all like within the same time frame, right? But yeah, some of the grammatical errors were just so frustrating at a certain point. But I'm glad that it got taken. So I asked for one heavily patient from the community as we go through this, because it's a lot of information, but it's cleaning out things that we need to do. Other than that, it is an intensive document. So I feel like when their fees are added, they could be like, the numbers could be bolded or something.
Okay.
So that will help at least to be able to, if you're scanning through it, easier to read. And I'm assuming in our code, once we have to submit this, there's going to be a legend attached to it. And this electronically, once we approve it, it goes to Muni Code, correct? And then we're able to sort out a little bit more cleaner by words than just directing people to the whole document.
So to some extent, the formatting for changing documents goes back to typewriters, right? And I have moved it a step forward by using small caps, which weren't an option when you had a typewriter, and using and bolding and things like that. But in theory, you could show changes in different colors, right? There's nothing in state law that tells you how you have to do an ordinance, right? We try to follow a little bit the way the state does it, but I don't personally find the bills that General Assembly bills that I read to be particularly easy to follow either. So we could experiment with that now that we're in the age of computers.
Yeah.
And that might be useful to showing the changes.
Yeah. I mean, the only reason why I like it in the 2 colors is because color challenging is the real thing. And there's some colors that do not show up for people. I know I have a hard time seeing certain colors as well. Just some people are heavily colorblind as well. So it's a
Oh, well,
challenge.
that's true.
Yeah, so
So
accessibility wise.
I can bold things, I can, we can italicize them. That might be a way to make them stand out that doesn't depend on color.
Yeah.
I hadn't really thought about the, disability issues related to putting them in color because that could make it harder for some people. But I guess my point is we can do things, I think, to make them easier visually to pick out the changes and,
Thank you so much for that, and I look forward to the other document as well. And the communication campaign we're gonna have to do to put this, roll it out, because it's definitely a lot of information. Okay, council do I need to go one more time around, or you guys are good? I need to verbally hear you. Danielle, you shaking your head, no, you're good?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Jenny,
I'm good.
Joseph,
I'm fine, thank you.
okay, Valerie?
Yes, I'm good.
All right, so, Elisa, thank you so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure to have you, and thank you for keeping us very safeguarded as well, as our city attorney. For
my
now a couple
pleasure,
years
my
now.
pleasure. I take it you do not need me for the snow angels.
I did thank you in my presentation.
Oh, that was not necessary.
Gave me on that. So thank you.
Okay, excellent. Well, have a wonderful evening. It looks like you've got a long night.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome to stay.
Thank you so much.
Have a safe travel home, please.
Thank you.
Okay, and we'll
Will
see
do.
you we'll be seeing you very soon.
We'll see you next Tuesday.
Yes, and all of you should respond to my invitation.
After this, we might need to. So moving on to the next item on the agenda. It is item number 7. Presentation and discussion on emergency ordinance 09-2026. Mayor and Council discuss emergency ordinance 09-2026 budget amendment number 2. And we have with us Ron Wilson that just joined us in the table, who is our financial consultant. All right, so Mr. Kamali and Ron, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just give the floor to Ron, and Ron is going to quickly walk you through the items that we are proposing to be part of the budget amendment number 2. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
You're fine, because you moved up, you kept moving the microphone away from you, so I could barely hear you, so I'm sure they cannot hear you. Okay, thank you so much. It's up in the, it's very up in the screen. Okay, can you guys expand it just a little bit, so it's a little bit bigger?
Or can we go to the ordinance
There you go.
page? We can see it better. Okay.
Okay, there it is, a lot better. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, good evening. So it's our annual time to do budget modification wrap up. Most of this budget amendment is adding grants that weren't previously budgeted, but we do have one non-grant item to modify in the budget. If you recall, last year, fiscal 25, we did a budget amendment to add $1.5 million in use of fund balance for the Potts Hall project, which brought the total to $2.5 million use of fund balance for Potts Hall. We used a little bit more than 1.5 last year, which left us $955,000. And we have those expenses in this fiscal year. So we need to re-budget the remaining part of the use of fund balance for Potts Hall. So those are the first 2 items in this budget modification. We are increasing the use of fund balance, which is a revenue line, 4707, for $955,240. And then on the expense side, which is account 5701, we are adding $955,240 to the Potts Hall Welcome Center project. Those 2 things net to zero in budgeting terms. Below that, everything else is grants. I'll run through it really quickly. The basic idea here is that grants come in after the budget gets set. So we wait until late in the year to try to capture everything that we can. So on the revenue side, 4700.20 is the streetscape, Perry Street, Green Streets. This was budgeted in 25 for $530,000, but we didn't use it. So we're adding the remaining part of that grant into this year's budget for the 499. Item 4700.52, which is the solar panels from the MEA. Again, we had budgeted it last year, but used very, very little of it. So we're rebudgeting it for fiscal 26. 4700.47 is the DHCD mural grant for 10,000. That's a new grant that came in after the budget was set. 4700.57, the Maryland Department of Transportation levee trail crossing. Again, this came in after the budget was set, and we're adding 75,000 to that one. The next two lines, all we're doing is switching grant numbers. So these amounts were budgeted for the year, but when the grants were created, we had a different number in the GL. So I just need to clean that up a little bit. So on the PACT grant for 2026, we are removing that from grant 48 and adding it to grant 54. So that's a net non-change. And likewise, the National Night Out for $14,000, we are removing it from grant 49 and adding it to grant 58. So that's for the grant revenues. Then under the grant expenses, so as you know, the way grants work is revenue and expense equals. So for 5707.20 for City Hall, that's the streetscape, Perry Street, Green Streets for 499,000. 5701.52, the MEA solar panels for 422. 5899.47, the DHCD mural for 10. 5700.57, the MDT levee trail for 75,000. And then 5899.48, that's the PACT grant. We're doing the number switching, so we're taking it off 48 and adding it to 54. And then 5899.49 National Night Out. Again, we're taking it off of grant 49 and adding it to grant 58. So that is the entire budget modification that we're recommending.
Okay, thank you so much. And just as a point of information to the community, if there is money allocated from the budget that is not used, it goes back into our coffers. It's not like it disappears. So that's basically what they're more or less doing here. They were able to utilize part of the grant or not utilize at all. And this is the reason why we need to allocate it to this year, correct?
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that because we had gone through budget amendments, I wanted to make sure that they understood that it's not like all of it was expended last year. It's the fact that it wasn't, so therefore they're moving it to this year, but we have to do an amendment in order to follow up with it. Okay, so Jenny, I'm gonna go first with you.
I don't have any questions. Thank you for your work on this.
Okay, Danielle.
Thank you. You were looking at me, you knew I was going to ask. The 955,240, just like with last year with the 1.5 million. First of all, that means that the cost of Potts Hall went above the 7 million as projected. It went by another million, close to it. This is 955,000. So,
No. So what happened? Excuse me. In fiscal 25, we started out the budget with $1 million use of fund balance, knowing that there was roughly another $1.5 million to come. And we were holding out for grant money, which we never did receive. So when we looked at this in the early spring, we decided that we had to use another $1.5 million of fund balance to complete the funding for Potts Hall. During fiscal, so that gave us $2.5 million. We were at the time thinking that it would be completed, closed out, all the expenses would be recorded, and then all of that use of fund balance revenue would be used. The project extended past June 30. So in effect, we ended up using $1,545,000 of the 2.5 in fiscal 25. So what we're doing here is we're recognizing the rest of the 2.5.
Okay, to get clear, just to make sure I'm clear, because when I saw this, I thought another $1 million out of the rainy day. So it's the money we didn't spend last year is being transferred to this year. Thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, so thank you.
Okay.
Because because you remember last year I was like, hold up.
Yeah.
So, okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you for clarifying that, Joseph.
Thank you for this. My question probably more is going to also touch on the next one, the next item with the review of the budget. I'm trying to understand if there's any GL accounts we also need to rebalance through this, because I see that probably 2 of them are going to be over by the end of the fiscal year, and mostly they're under. And do we need to do any other emergency rebalancing through this emergency ordinance? Or so can you explain that to me?
Yeah, without getting too in the weeds.
Yes. The weeds.
Yes, we do build our budget on a lot of line items. The actual budget ordinance, though, is done in groupings. So one part of the budget ordinance just sets a departmental total, okay? And the other part of the budget ordinance does it by expense grouping for the city as a whole. So those are the numbers that we manage to. So if any particular line item is over budget, it's not a problem if other items in that particular grouping are under budget. So we're always, trying to balance that out. But technically, we do not have a requirement to manage to each individual line item's budget. We do internally. Mr. Kamali and I are always trying to manage that. But from a need for doing a budget modification, that doesn't necessarily create one.
Oh, no. I just want to be clear. I wasn't anticipating line by line. I'm talking about at the department level. It looks like I think 2 departments may be going a hair over what was budgeted. And the way that the report is set up, it's really hard to look at the groupings. So that's why I was wondering, do we need to make any other adjustments for the 1 or 2 departments that may go over at this time?
We don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we're waiting for June the 30th, and then we see the number and the picture of the whole budget better at that time.
So there may be another emergency amendment coming up.
So Mr. Kamali, try to get the mic in front of you,
Oh, I'm sorry.
because they're alerting us that they can hear you.
No, I don't think so that we need to do, because I know which departments you're talking. You're talking about the police and public works, and I'm working with Ron to make sure that we just use the same fund that is available for that department to make sure that, like I can tell you right now, building maintenance in the police department, it's already over. vehicle maintenance in Public Works is already over. So we can just basically look at the whole budget for that department and see how we can fix those issues internally without going through the budget amendment.
Yeah, so I think historically, this should be the last budget amendment we have before June 30, because we're like around the corner.
We
on
don't
this
have
one.
time for it.
Yeah, so by the time we vote on it, it's gonna be like June. You have like 3 weeks. Go ahead, Valerie.
Thank you. I don't really have any questions. Thank you for your clarifications from the other council members' questions. Thank you.
So, for me, I think I already said in my statement, for those that are watching us online, the emergency ordinance 09-2026, they basically describe it. That was the document on it. It's just in a different format. And it shows the revisions, adjustments, and current budget. So we already went through it, so we don't have to go through the whole ordinance. Yeah, I'm saying you don't have to read it because you just went through the other page. And I will tell you that I appreciate having both. I like this new method of having both of them because it's clear and removes the additional work. So thank you for that. Okay, I definitely like it like this. And it's also more in gear with what the budget looks like. So it's easier to like follow through along with the other document. So I like numbers away from documents so I could clearly see them. Other than that, I know that Mr. Kamali and the whole entire team, they do a lot of work to make sure they stay within their budget and stretch. And like I mentioned earlier, any amount that is not utilized, it goes back into our coffers, the city coffers. So by June 30, the strike at midnight, whatever is not used that's been allocated goes more or less straight in. Obviously, there's a couple bills that are there that need to come. They have like about a week or whatever, but anything has to be turned in by the 30. So that's more or less what they're doing here is like some of the grants have gone either new or they've gone split year. And they're trying to like accommodate in order to make sure, get basically the money that we had allocated that went back, grab it and put it to be able to pay what we need to. Okay, so I have no questions. Just thank you guys for the work on this and making sure you keep us through it. And that means we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, right?
Mayor, may I ask for us to take a 5-minute break? It's been 2 hours to get up, stretch, bathroom before we continue.
We could usually do 2.5 hours and then we take a break based on the rules. So if you guys want to take a break right now, that's fine. Council, where are you guys? Want to take a break? Yeah.
Or just.
Yeah, he has one
Oh,
more.
yeah, I'm sorry, I thought he was done.
Yeah, because usually we do 2, yeah.
And Ron has a 2 hours driving.
I already have one foot out the door.
Done. He has a second one. So moving on to
the third
next
quarter
item
report.
on the, hold on. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, presentation discussion, the third quarter financial report. Mr. Kamali and our consultant, Ron Wilson, as well, will present the FY 2026 third quarterly financial report. The floor is yours.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
I was gonna say, get the mic in front
All
of you.
right. As I understand it, you all were given this financial report in advance. Recognizing that you have a very full agenda tonight, I'm not going to read through it line by line, but I do want to be available for any questions that you have. So this is the third quarter financial report, so that's through March 31. We are already in the process of beginning our closing out of the fiscal year, gathering up expenses, doing reviews and all of that sort of thing. But we did want to give you the third quarter report. The fourth quarter report that you will receive will be part of the audit package. So that's the version of the financial report that goes through a lot more work than what you're seeing here. So anyway, I would be glad to answer any questions that you have.
So just as a point of information, this covers until March 31st, 2026. And that's the ending of the third period. So that's what you're seeing here. So April and May are not covered on this report.
In June.
In June. Thank you so much. And that'll be covered in the fourth and final. All right, so Council, I'm gonna go around. if you have questions regarding the report. Is there anything else you guys need to add to it before I send it to council? Or we're good, Mr. Kamali, Ron?
No, we're good, thank you.
Okay, so I want to make sure I give you enough notice. So Valerie, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for preparing this report. I have two things that I want to kind of think through and talk through. First, the Recreation Committee grants. It looks like it's zero. I think there was I think we had approved 2 grants before March 31st. So we just need to make sure that this is in there unless they haven't come in for reimbursement. I just wanted to make a note of that. So you can do that first.
Can you guys do me a favor? When you guys make a reference to a line, read the number so that way the rest of us could follow up, or at least give us, well, this also has page numbers, but that we could fill it out under what subcategory, like it's.
Yeah,
like
so
if
it's,
administration, hold on.
Yeah.
Like if it's administration, then line item, whatever it is, so it's easier for us to follow.
Administration 01-555-.033.00. I'm sorry, 554. Is that 33.0? So I wanted to make sure, I know that this is a reimbursable grant, but it says 0, and I'm pretty sure 2 had been approved before this.
I would have to double check to be absolutely sure, but I do recall signing off on a couple of disbursements. So I believe that they were after March 31.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I also add, Mayor? Yes, we did receive their reimbursement last week.
Okay.
Yes, that's why it's not in this report. It was 2,049, one of them, and the other one, we're waiting for more information. And you will see all those grants that have been processed by June 30th once the report is complete.
Okay. And then I have one more, if that's okay. Under economic development, this is 01-5504.041.00.00 Economic Development Main Street Program. Is it possible for you to walk through kind of what happened here in terms of the Main Street program? This is I believe these are the facade improvement for the bus stops. And this is where, the episode of this project actually affected the artworks that were developed as part of the WMATA Art and Transit program and was, put together by specific projects. And I know that it sounds like this was not a reimbursable by DHCD. So we had to then spend $30,000 on top of that 30,000 that we still have to use, which is good. But I would like to know, just generally, DHCD grant agreements, do you sign them as the city manager, or does the economic development director sign them? And who signed this one? And then I want to know this timeline because September 2025 is when these were painted. And after that, you would have had to submit as a city 3 quarterly reports to DHCD. And so I'm just a little concerned that issue wasn't caught before that. Because if we had from September 2025 till April 2026, we did not know that this was not a reimbursable grant. I think that's a little bit disconcerting for me. Thank you.
Okay. All right. First of all, regarding the quarterly report, it was done by Ron Hopkins. I did not have anything to do with it. I did sign the agreement in 2024. And when he was doing the bus shelters, this happened in November. And he came to me and he said that, I'm going to paint those. And as you know that the property is a metro, but the shelters are ours because the city got the grant a long time ago and the structure is ours. So when I asked him as a director and he said, yeah, we could use the money because we were over close to $32,000, $31,000. And he said, and I asked him, I said, have you communicated with the DHCD? He told me, yes. I trusted and I got his signature on the purchase requisition that he sent it to me. We have that one. Mm-hmm. And that's why we signed it on November 18, I believe, and the documentation is there. I gave you guys all the information in my email last week. I listed the dates. So what happened in November, we did that one. Then we had 2 more stores. That was Nisi's, and there is a barber shop next to it. The barber shop had to do the roofing, and Nisi's wants the awning. Ron Hopkins was here, and he was doing this one, and then We let him go by December 27. The project was not closed out. So we waited until we did close out the project. Then Bill was given that task to go after DHCD for the reimbursement. When we submitted the reimbursement for $150,000 for the facade improvement, that was the first time that I found out. And then I did ask Bill, let's have a meeting with the DHCD. I did go to the Zoom meeting with the DHCD, and I told them, they said, no, we did not have any request from Ron Hopkins, and this is not a facade improvement. The grant was basically defined in the scope of the agreement for the facade improvement on the businesses. And we have no clue, and you guys have to pay it out of the pocket. So then I told them, is there any way that I could at least retrieve the $30,000 and use it before we lose that grant? They said, yes. The grant is a 2-year grant, and we have time until June 30th, 2027 to use the grant. And right away, I tasked Rocio to go and find more businesses to use that $30,000. I'm sorry, I trusted my director, and this is what happened. So between the time that I gave it to you, we applied in February, and then we had to wait to hear from them. They didn't, 4 or 5 weeks, and all those dates are there. And if you look at the date, we were finally notified in April. And that's how, we got into this situation. And the easiest way, I just want to say it on the record, the city lost $30,000, but thank God we had a line item over there, which is defining the same thing, Main Street, $30,000. So Ron and I, concluded, and I even talked to the city attorney. I said that, can I use this line item without going through the budget amendment? She said yes, because the money is there, the work is from the same department, and unfortunately, I know, but somehow put yourself in my position. When a director comes to you and asks you, hey, we got $30,000 in the grant and we don't want to lose it, how should we? And I got a suggestion, so I trusted, and I get it, and I'm fully responsible for it, but I'm sorry. That was one of the reasons that I wanted
Why don't you stop talking about a personnel issue?
Okay.
I'm just gonna stop you right there.
I'm sorry. So that is the case.
Okay, thank you. So we still have $30,000 in a DHCD grant to work on Main Street programming such as storefront facade improvements.
Facade improvement until June 30th, 2027.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
In addition, don't we have another new one?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. We have $100,000. This was FY 2025. We have $100,000 right now. We just opened the bid yesterday, and that is $100,000. And if you look at the DHCD, also information last week I received, I want to make sure that I haven't told you guys, there is another $150,000 for FY 27 is listed for the city of Mount Rainier. I just received it, through the mail. And I think Ron Hopkins applied when he was here. He applied for 26 and 27 at the same time. So we got 100,000, 150 plus a $30,000. Right now, we're trying to find more businesses to use it. And I was just talking to the barber shop on 3800 last week, and we just added him, Mr. Wellman, to another one. I'm sorry. Thank you.
So if we could make sure that we don't name people's names.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
It will help. Okay.
Sure.
All right, Joseph. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ron, for this great report, and Mr. Kamali. I had 2 questions. The first one's probably a simple one. It's in the only items in non-departmental are for the principal and interest on Potts Hall. I see that we've spent all of our year to date and our budgeted year to date. I'm assuming there's no more payments for the rest of the year, but can you explain that?
Sure. Those, we call them a bond, but it's with the bank. They are semi-annual payments. And it's like September and March or
Okay.
something like that. But both of the semi-annual payments have been recorded for the fiscal year, and there will be no more.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question is in Public Works on line item 015601080. It's towards the bottom. Oh, wait, no, sorry. I got off 5611.
Streetlights and
Electricity.
Yes.
I see that if you look at just the 3/4 of the year, obviously summer's coming, so you use a little less in the summer. But we probably should have spent about 60-ish thousand already, but we're already over budget and there's still 3 months in the year. I think that this is just a good example of why we really need to move forward with LED streetlights because they will save us money. They'll also hopefully save on that line item below too with the light repair.
Yes.
But in particular with electricity costs skyrocketing, I think this is a good area for us to save money going forward. So I hope you can give us some updates on how you're working on it.
All right, on the LED, changing the LED, yes, we do have a meeting going on, and Rocio is having that meeting with Pepco. And we are in process of moving all the street lights to the LED lights. And definitely, we will have more updates as we get from, Pepco. But we have gone through few meetings with them, and they are counting all the street lights, and we are working on that process. Definitely, we're going to get it done. I promise you. But I want to make sure that regarding the next one, the street light and signal repairs, that was the main issue that we had with 35 decorative lights. Finally, thank God, we fixed it. And that's why we went over the budget, and that was an unforeseen situation, unfortunately. And the first one, because the electricity has gone up big time. Otherwise, the way we projected $80,000, we should have been fine, but that's how it goes. But you got a point, LED is going to save city a lot of money, and that's my ultimate, goal to do that, definitely. Thank you.
It also falls under a green initiatives document that we have created. All that fun stuff. Jenny, Danielle.
Staying in Public Works, I have a couple of questions. So the first is line 015543.080. Whatever. Community garden. It was budgeted for 4,000. We only spent 387. Can you explain that? Because when they gave a presentation to the council, they talked about certain projects being delayed, and I'm wondering if this is what they're referring to, and if there's an explanation for why it wasn't done.
No. Thank you for asking. As you know, that $4,000 was allocated to community garden. So far, they have used 387. But as you know, that we received a grant from Gateway CDC, $24,300. But unfortunately, when we went to WSSC to make that connection, Valerie knows about this, they are recognizing that fire hydrant, because we have to connect fire hydrant to the community garden as a commercial. And yesterday I received a proposal after Rocio, asked Rocio to get more proposal. The lowest one we got for $39,000. And if you recall, last time they were here, they were complaining about the tool shed. We got that tool shed fixed, and they were so happy about this. But unfortunately, right now, we have $39,000 cost that we have to connect the water to the community. We just have another grant, sustainability grant, that mayor sent it. Yes, that one I gave it to Bill, and I said the limit is only $10,000. So again, 10 and 24, and maybe that 4,000. I'm trying to work it out somehow.
Okay. Thank you. I wanted to clarify the bike co-op. The reason they were so far over budget was because of the roof.
Roof.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
And then last question, the overtime pay for Public Works was significantly
Yes.
over. Is that simply because of the snowcrete, or is there something else going on?
As you know, that Public Works has 2 vacancies. So, and unfortunately, we lost one of our crew
Yeah.
last year. And so what we do right now, we're using the staff to cover.
It's been hard to hire.
Yeah, it is hard. And we have had few interviews. Unfortunately, we cannot find a qualified one. We hired one and we had to let it go. So we are working on it, and definitely we're gonna have, I'm sorry. We're gonna have,
Thank you.
so that's the reason that I am using it. And believe it or not, it's cheaper to do that because I don't have to give benefits. And it's gonna balance the regular pay with the overtime at the end of the game.
So Danielle, can you add more time to the clock? Thank you, Mr. Kamali.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to add 5 minutes to the clock, please.
Just add 10, just in case.
10. I make a motion that we add 10 minutes to the.
Can I have a second, please? I'll second. Motion has been second. Any discussion? Objection, abstentions, hearing none. 10 more minutes have been added to the clock. Thank you, Danielle. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks a lot for this. And yes, thank you for reminding me. I had looked through this. It's been a long day for me. I had some questions, and my colleagues, Councilmember Hoffpower and Jakuta, touched on them. You know, the decorative streetlights, I was going to confirm that was all that, and question about the overtime as well. I have one other question, and this is, shooting ourselves in the foot because it's about the council, and that is the association dues. I noticed that we had a budget of $8,000, but we went up $12,000. Now, I do know the PGCMA increased our dues, but not by $4,000. So I'm curious, is this the MML that has increased it? Have we joined new organizations? Why is it $4,000?
MML alone was $10,100.
And that's an increase?
Well, no, that's not the amount of the increase, but that is the new, that's the new dues for the city of Mount Rainier.
So went up
$10,100.
$3,000.
Yeah. So we did, when this came about, we did increase the budget for fiscal 27, and that was a big reason. So 10,100 is just for MML. Then there's PG.
CMA, $731.
Yeah. So there are several other much smaller items that are in that particular expense category.
But the bulk of that was in them.
University of Maryland Association, that once you go to those classes, we pay $250 for each council member one time registration. So it happened for the new council.
The academy.
Yes, the academy. Yes.
Right, okay.
I did discuss this one with Ron last week because I said why.
And also, if you attend the graduate classes at the conference, that's a separate cost of like $75 to $100 per class. Yeah.
Oh, okay, well,
Mhm.
all right, well,
So
thank you.
that's the reason why.
So every time I take a graduate class, you guys, okay,
Oh, yeah.
fair. And you're taking them too. So, yeah, okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you adjusted for it in the new budget. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No one just asked you if you were done with your questions. So just to, a little bit of reference regarding MML, we were notified 2 years ago that the increase was gonna come, and it was, they changed it from assessment to population, which thank God they did, because our assessments are ridiculous. So the difference between what it would have been and not, we will have paid more had an assessment. The other thing that they have added, we do not have to pay the NLC fee because it's incorporated with MML. So that extra additional $3,000 or so that they did allows for us to do that, but they have increased a lot of the webinars. So there's a lot of stuff that they offer as part of the package. And the first year, they gave us a step up in order for us to adjust our budget. And then this year, we paid the full amount. But there was one step in the middle that they said like, okay, pay this lower amount, and we did take advantage of that. And then now it's that. But it's based on population, so we're 8,250 according to the census. So unless we get to 10,000 or more, our fees basically will stay the same every year, because they used to adjust them every 3 years. So at least it gives us some consistency for the staff to be able to know, like, this is what it looked like, because we was based on an assessment, it wasn't working. In my end, thank you for putting this documents together. It takes a lot of work, and I know finance does a lot of work. I know our department's a lot of work to provide the information to you guys as well, so you guys will keep up. I think that's been a very, continues to be a positive change, because as when you guys are closing the books, but also working on the audits, it's easier to maneuver the process of what it looks like. And I think that overall, you have done a good job also projecting as much as you guys can. Gas, I mean, electricity, that was the roof. I think we also had like the police department roof as well on it. So there's a couple stuff that we have to tackle, but because we have been responsible with our funding, we were able to like grab the money that we needed to be able to do the stuff that we needed. So that has come out like, quite a bit, and it's definitely a lot of work. So thank you guys for putting all that together. And I will tell you the only part when it comes to the 30K, I would like for us to figure out what other steps we need to do in between to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Definitely.
So even evaluations say like, look, this is the contract signed, so every time something comes up, we're gonna match it with the contract in order to make sure it doesn't happen. Because that way it allows us to be able to be accountable. And I know some of those contracts are signed 3 years prior or 2 years prior, so by the time that works on it, it is through it. So if we could work on that to like write it, because our auditors love writing. If not, it doesn't count. If we could go ahead and do that, if we haven't already done so, can we please move forward with it? So that way when we are audited, they could check it to like, okay, this is what happened, but this is the written steps we're taking forward to make sure we're not getting that position again.
I just want to add something to that. Yesterday, we opened the bid for the facade improvement. Right away, I had Bill to list all the work that we're doing on the storefronts to the DHCD, and we got the confirmation. I'm not going to let it happen. You all know me, that every penny matters to me. And unfortunately, I got caught up, and I didn't, think about it. But I want to also let you guys know that this year we're going to have 2 audits. One, the regular audits, and then the single audits because of SS4A. So Ron is going to be busy, and I'm going to be working with him, and hopefully we're going to make sure that we're going to meet the deadline. We just had the first meeting with the auditor last Thursday. They came over here, and we had a meeting in the council chamber. So we're going to be getting ready for the 2 audits that this year we're going to have, because our spending is more than $750,000. Thank you.
For the next, aside from this year, for the next 4 years, we have to do double audits. So just for purpose of information, we managed to get a lot of money, but it comes with additional, and that's with accounting with the reports and everything else that we have to do to provide constant information. So thank you guys for that as well, and for reminding us that that's an additional task you guys are going to be working on. All right, so I am good with questions and comments, but thank you guys so much. Okay. All right, let me see where we are. Okay, so item number 9. Now from 1300 block is still here, right? So we'll take a break right now. So can I have a motion on the floor to take a break and come back in what do you guys want, 5-10 minutes? You guys end up doing 10. All right, so right now it's 9:22 p.m. Can I have a motion on the floor? Thank you, Ron. Safe travels, to have a 5-minute break.
Motion for a 5-minute break, please.
Have a second?
Second.
Is there probably moving second? Any discussion? Objections, abstentions, here none. We are going to be doing a 5-minute break. It is 9:22. 9:27, we'll come back, okay? Where's everybody? This is what I said minutes, but you guys didn't believe me, right? Like, no, 5 minutes. And never have I seen 5 minutes. And I only see like, well, technically we had 4, but in a meeting.
Well, we only have 2 bathrooms though.
Well, no, you have like.
We have one, he said there was only one over there.
There's like those in the building, in the second. and
I
the
went
first
downstairs, yeah.
No, but the other building, just access to the building.
I know.
So you go across and then use the stairs. Oh, for the building.
Is there any way we can, like, put steps up here at some point?
Fine. So next time 10-minute break, okay? We can never get to 5. Yeah. All right. We're calling back to order. Can I have a motion to come back into session?
I motion we come back into session.
Second.
We're probably moving in a second. Any discussion? Objection, abstentions, hearing none. We are back in session at 9:29 p.m. All right, so thank you guys for that. Members of the community, we did took a small break, and we're back. All right, moving on to item number 9, presentation, discussion, resolution 06-2026 and ordinance 08-2026. Vice Mayor Carter will present resolution 06-2026 and ordinance 08-2026 establishing and governing the city snow angel program.
Thank you so much, Mayor. After my unsuccessful attempt to have the Lawn Angels program and its sisters program, the Snow Angels, considered by council in the fall of 2023, I decided to do the Snow Angel program on my own as a grassroots effort that winter. In the first year, 8 residents requested help shoveling their sidewalks. The next year, 12 to 15 residents requested help. Then, before the first snowflake fell this year, 28 residents had already signed up for assistance. And by the end of Snowcrete event, volunteers through the Snow Angels program have helped more than 42 residents, with some volunteers taking on 2 or 3 houses. That means that over the last 3 years, a program fueled solely by volunteers grew by 250% before the first snowflake fell, but continued to another whopping 425% at the end of the 2026 event compared to 2023. I don't understand the skepticism that surrounded the program in 2023, but that doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that more of our neighbors are choosing to age in place, are living with disabilities, chronic illnesses, temporary injuries, and other physical limitations. These residents just need a helping hand with things like shoveling snow so that they can stay safe and avoid code violations. During the Snowcrete event, all of us here at this table took part in one way or another when it came to helping our neighbors dig out, and I am sure they appreciated it too. So I would ask that we take one more step and make this program an official city program. Now, I have no problem continuing to recruit volunteers and match them with residents who need help, whether I'm on council or not. But this program is not about me. It is about our residents, and it is our job as a council and as a city to do what we can to improve their quality of life. I appreciate that other members of council agreed that this program has value for our residents and that Councilmember Jakuta helped me with the language of the resolution and ordinance. I'd also be remiss if I did not thank our city attorney who left for helping ask questions, thoughtful questions, and tweaking things here and there on both pieces of legislation. The resolution and ordinance are as follows. The resolution establishes the program as a city-run and city-sponsored program, and the ordinance governs how it operates by requiring things like volunteer waivers and allowing extra time for volunteers to clear both their own properties and the properties of the residents they are helping. There are a couple of things that I left open for discussion, and those are the amount of additional time volunteers should be given to clear both of their properties and the properties that of the residents they're helping, which I am suggesting to be 24 additional hours, and an allotment of $1,000 in the budget to help offset city staff's time needed to administer the program in case of a snow event. I am also more than happy to welcome whomever Mr. Kamali taps to run this program. I am also more than happy to help whomever Mr. Kamali taps to run this program by showing them how I've done it for the last 3 years so that they can adapt it as necessary, including sharing the list of residents who are already signed up receiving help during snow events. So with that, I will hand this off to Councilmember Jakuta to make any comments as well, since he is co-sponsoring this with me if he so chooses.
Joseph, you have anything to say?
Thank you. I think that this is an important program for us to move forward as a city. As Councilmember Carter mentioned, we have a good number of folks that are aging in place, and I know from helping out from the Snowcrete event that those were often the people that needed the most help when it came to shoveling. I also think that having a program like this in place will make it easier for us to be able to triage who needs help with the sidewalk versus who's not doing it and should be held accountable under our ordinances. Because I think no one wants to see someone who's been living here for 30 years, suffer fines from not clearing their sidewalk. We know they need help, but others that can and don't want to. I think because we need safe sidewalks to pass, since we have so many folks that walk, take the bus, and otherwise get around without cars. This is also becoming more commonplace. I believe Hyattsville has a program. One of the port towns has a program. I think we should show leadership and adopt the program as well. Thank you.
Okay. Jenny?
Thank you. I agree with the program, and I just want to say that one of the things that concerned me earlier this year with the Snowcrete was the decision to not enforce our ordinances. I really like the rule of law, and I like laws to be enforced as written. And I was concerned that people like my children, frankly, did not shovel their sidewalk when they were perfectly capable of doing so. I was out of the country. But there was no fine of them. And whereas having this situation, having the Snow Angels program will enable the city to identify the people who really do need assistance and for whom perhaps there could be leniency, and for the rest of us to enforce the laws as written, which I think we should focus on doing. Thanks.
Valerie?
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions and some suggestions, if that's okay. First of all, I wanted to ask if you've worked with the city manager on the protocols and like managing the list. Has that already happened, or is that not something, like, has the city manager been involved in the creation of the program?
It's my understanding that Councilmember Jakuta spoke with Mr. Kamali, and Mr. Kamali has decided that he would direct who would be in charge of the program and go from that way. So I trust that Mr. Kamali will be able to adapt, use the list that I have and the practices that I've used and adapt them, like I said in my statement, adapt them into the way that best suits the staff that will be overseeing it.
Okay, thank you. And then just quickly, one suggestion I would make is changing the name of the program so that it's a little more official to Snow Removal Assistance Program or something similar, so that if in the future we're going after, if this is a program that becomes wildly successful, that if we're going after grants to support it in the future, that it's not connotated to like a religion maybe or angel. I just think thinking through that a little bit would be a good idea. And then on the ordinance, I do wonder about the 48 hours for the volunteers to clear their own snow, because I think the point of this is for the volunteers to, like when you're on a plane, you put your mask on first and then you help your neighbor kind of thing. So I just wonder about that in the ordinance. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Oh, okay, so the 24 hours, the reason I came up with the additional 24 hours is, and this is from the time that the snow finishes. Some of the volunteers have come from South Side over here and have gone like all the way over to Wyndham. So it's more of a, you know, allowing them the time to get not just theirs, but the one that they're doing as well. Some people have done 2 and 3 houses. So I feel that an additional, and this is just my feeling, of course, this is up for debate, but I feel that an additional 24 hours gives them the leniency to do more than one if there's a need. And this year, there was a lot of need. In fact, last year, I had a couple of residents do more than one as well. So it's not just giving them 24 hours to do theirs, but it's giving them theirs and any others. It I guess you can say that it encourages more volunteers to know that they feel that they have time. So, or that they're, yeah.
I would tell you that I was expecting a presentation, right? We have not fully heard this about 3 years. In 3 years, we had a lot of questions about how it's gonna work, especially if it's like city run. We have a very small staff. And I feel like there's a lot of questions I still have not been able to get. I'm not even sure how the $1,000 came in. And I need to definitely know who are the people, because right now in the audience, you have the police department, code, public works. And I will tell you, the police department is like down to the wire with the things that they need to do. They cannot take an extra work. Public works during the storm is in charge of like clearing all of our streets and alleys, and even then like dealing with machinery and whatever comes their way. Code is dealing with everything that code has to deal with as well. So my thing is like, if those 3 departments are already oversaturated, where does this fall in? That's one. The other one is I will tell you that I am very much a line of like, the volunteers have to do their homes first, right? And then, because if not, their home becomes a hazard as they're helping somewhere else. So they could clear 3 houses, but if their house is not on it, now that block is a hazard. So I think that it has to be them doing their home first, and then they could volunteer for something else, because of the fact that if they can't even clean their homes, how they're going to have enough strength to come back after 2-3 houses if they can. So they will get, I mean, in 48 hours is a long period of time. I think that what happened a lot with the snow part of it was that people waited so long to remove it that it turned into ice, right? So to me, it's like they're going to go from snow to come back, and then now they have to deal with ice in their homes. So that's the other one. So I do need to know who's going to be in charge of this, and have you even reviewed I'm going to like this. What is the liability for the city? I know there was a waiver for the helper not to sue the city, but is there a waiver where the homeowner does not sue the city, or B, the volunteer doesn't sue the homeowner if they happen to fall on it? So what are the protections? Because right now this document just tells me like they cannot sue us, but the other 3 components of it are not meant. And lastly, I will tell you that I need to get a definition of what snow means, right? Snow means it's 3 inches, 1 inch, 5 inches, or if 1 inch lands is going to be activated, and who's going to be running this program. DC has a very successful program actually taking the training, and it's like robust on what is it that is required, because if you're having to have a staff member being pulled, let's say on a Saturday, to like match people, right? Who's calling that staff member to come in or work from wherever they're doing and leaving their duties aside? So I know it's a lot to cover, but I definitely know that I think there's a need to help. Even 3 years ago, the issue wasn't the help wasn't needed. It was like, how will the city administer and protect ourselves to be able to help the residents without hurting ourselves or hurting other people?
Thank you. I appreciate that. First of all, let me address the timeline. The timeline is not you get 24 hours to clean the people you're volunteering for and then come out to yours. It is you have this much time to get everything your home and anybody you're shoveling done. So it's not, designating what they do first. So there is, that's up to their discretion. Most people are going to scrape their own sidewalks first. I mean, Brian scraped our sidewalks first and then went and helped. The $1,000, was something I put in there. As you see, it's an asterisk, so it's up for debate, to help with Mr. Kamali when it comes to staff that may need to work, like to make extra phone calls or whatever in case of a really bad snow event. My original, and I talked with Councilmember Jakuta about this. Originally, my suggestion was the social services coordinator to do this because they're the one that is most in touch with the residents in the community who may fall into the parameters of assistance or the need of assistance with this. But after Councilmember Jakuta spoke to City Manager Kamali and then discuss it with me, we felt that it would be best to defer to Mr. Kamali and let him use his best judgment. And if you look at the resolution, it does say with input from council, the police, and code. When I first came up with this program 3 years ago, the Lawn Angels and Snow Angels was a part of it. It was in a direct response to the answer that I gave to code when I was first elected. What can I do to help you and make the quality of life for our residents easier as a joint? And they said that there are a lot of people out there who need assistance, both with mowing their lawn and shoveling, who otherwise get violations, who can't physically do this. So this was a direct result of an idea that came from code enforcement. So, I mean, originally, if you recall, and if you don't, that's fine. But originally, my suggestion was to let the social services coordinator oversee the program with the assistance with code. And that was my original, but that was when I was first on. Now, after speaking with Councilmember Jakuta, I agreed to defer to Mr. Kamali. I think those were the questions you had about that. As far as the waiver, Councilmember Jakuta.
Put time on the clock.
Oh, yes. I'd like to make a motion to add 10 minutes to the clock.
Second? Aye.
Second.
Probably moved in second. Any discussion? Objection, abstention, hearing none. We're adding 10 more minutes to the clock.
Okay, and then the last point that you made was about the waiver. The waiver, that's something Hyattsville, it's funny how some of these anyway, the waiver, Hyattsville is the one that decided to do the waiver, and I think that deferring to the city attorney to design and to design the waiver that we would use would be the best practice there. She knows what liabilities are needed. She knows who needs to be protected and which way that happens. So those were the things that were discussed before this has been brought tonight.
So I did ask, what activates it?
Oh, what activates it? Okay, so you asked about inches. Well, that's an ordinance situation. There is nothing in the ordinance. It says that if there's snow accumulation, there is no, this is another one of those things we may need to revisit, but it does not give a specific measurement. So whatever would trigger you to have to scrape your sidewalk is what would trigger the snow angels.
So Mr. Kamali, there's two questions for you. One, has legit been contacted to figure out what the liability is and what is the cost for us to be able to acquire this additional insurance to cover our residents doing this? And who is the person that you are, that you'll be allocating to do this work?
Well, based on my conversation with Council Jakuta, we're supposed to, I think the best option is Public Works because they are here emergency situation, the director of Public Works. I'm talking about the director. So people can register and then she has the name and we can go through the process. But the only thing that I'm concerned, I see, both sides. We got smaller staff. I know that, 6 people. But my concern is what's going to happen, and I think the city attorney also raised this question, that what's going to happen if they are not available? If the Snow Angel team are not available at that time, if they're out of town and we get a snow, I just want to make sure that if I am committed to something, I want to make sure that it's going to work and it's not going to create more trouble. And then the waiver, I talked to the city attorney. She's gonna make sure that we're not gonna have any liability for the city, and I need to talk to the insurance. And I was coming to this discussion and see, what you guys gonna decide, and we take it from there.
Okay, because Hyattsville is having issues currently with the liability part of it. DC has very clear standards, because I did do the training. I am trained to actually remove snow in DC if I so choose to. They have very specific standards when it activates. The other thing, according to the ordinance, and you have to be 70 and over to get the help, but it does not implement whether it's a financial need or it's open to all 70 years old, or B, if there's an able body in the house. Like an example, if you have an elderly that's 70, but however, you have grown children in there that could do this, they'll still get the free service. So I would say, at least for me, if you guys, haven't taken the training for DC, take the training, because they're very specific, so that we are able to follow the rule of what it looks like. DC does not remove ice, and they're very clear, like they do not do driveways and vehicles and steps. It's up to the person, and they do have a very slow window. And the way it also works, it's like the person doing the house has to send a photo back to somebody to show that they done the work. So that way they could validate that this is done. But there is, once the snow is like, people could sign up at whatever time, but then people call, say, hey, I need the help, right? And that's how they assign them. So there's a coordinating team that is working on matching homeowners with volunteers in order to make this happen. But I believe I'm correct. It's like I know I'm correct. There's a specific amount when it goes. So if it's like half an inch or an inch, they're not moving their snow heroes out into the community. So I think that there's, at least for me, it feels like there's a lot of things that we need to make sure we have in order to get the answers that we need. Because if now you're asking the public works director, who's like conducting all the snow around, right, to also assign people to this program, as an example, they have to give that list also to code, because code is also citing. They also have to give the list to PD. So I think no matter what, you'll take 3 departments to work on it, because even if public works has it, if code is like out there citing, right? If they don't have a document that says like, these are the people that are helping, and these are the people, and they have to be, obviously, like you mentioned, like it has to be that they have signed up for a shift to help. It's not just like, you're a scheduled volunteer, so therefore you get a free 48 hours. So to me, there's a couple more fine tuning, and I would definitely suggest for you guys to look at ideally what, DC is doing to figure out how they're able to accomplish what they're doing. I know the county tried doing the snow removal, and they hire contractors, and they end up with a lot of delays because the need was on it, and they're reviewing the program as well. So that way it's more fine-tuned to who they potentially could help, because they bid a bigger apple than they could handle. And that's the reason why we had to add additional time, because they were under the county list and they have been approved. And how are you going to assign them if they're supposed to be getting help with the county? So that was another issue that we encountered. So I'm telling you this in good faith, that you will look into those programs to figure out how we could do it, because if not, we're sending the team blindly to be able to do it. When the city gets involved, there's other liabilities. And I don't want to get into a situation where the public works director is going to have to remove like the snow and everything else, and have to suffer people that sometimes are not here, than having to do this. So that might stretch them to death. So that's where I want you to please consider and review some of the stuff that I said.
On some of your points, as far as who, in the resolution, I'll just read these 2 parts. It says, whereas the American Heart Association advises that persons 70 years old and older with high blood pressure or previous cardiac issues are at increased risk for cardiac strain and injury when shoveling snow, and should be cautious or refrain from shoveling snow and ice altogether. And whereas the community in Mount Rainier has many residents who have opted or are opting to age in place as well as residents with disabilities, chronic illnesses, temporary injuries, and other physical limitations that make snow and ice removal difficult or unsafe, increasing the need for assistance during or after snow and ice events. So the resolution covers persons over 70. It literally says persons over 70. And it's not just some, it's 70. It's not income-based, it's age-based or disability or injury or illness related. And I have full faith in the city manager that once I hand over the way that I've done it, that he and his team will be able to adapt it the way that it fits into the way that the team needs it to work for them. As far as if people are not in town, that was something that the city attorney brought up. You literally check with, the way I've done it, you check with the people, when you hear the weather, you check, hey, are you in town? Are you gonna need services? So as soon as the weather comes out a day or two in advance, that's when you start making your checks.
Mr. Kamali, I saw you shaking your head. So I just want to make sure you know that.
That's how I've done it.
Well, I think this is my opinion. I need, to be honest with you, with this small team that I have, if we have to run this program, it's going to be additional task. And tonight, I'll leave it up to you guys to discuss it, but I need to look at it in the bigger picture, because Public Works is only 6 people. And if we have to run and administer this program, it's going to be additional task for me. That's why 3 years ago, I just want to be frank with everyone. I said staff capacity is very important. When it comes to the snow, we hire some temps in order to clean up our sidewalk over here, because I got only 6 people. And with 6 people, Rocio is not going to be doing any work. Or hold on, let me finish with this. Yes. I just want to let you know that, and I think we need to sit down and discuss this one in a broader picture, because I do not want to obligate myself to something that I'm going to be sorry tomorrow for it. And I think there are so many points that we have to look at it. First of all, when it comes to the snow, I am really short. I cannot, I come here myself and I stay here all night. Still, I cannot, get it over. So I am not looking to have additional tasks. And I believe it is good. It's a good program. I wish I had 10 people to run it and do it. But I think we need to talk about this more.
If I can ask you, Mr. Kamali, you keep referring to Public Works running this program. What is wrong with the social services coordinator? That is her job, is to communicate and keep in touch with people that literally fall into the demographics that are mentioned and outlined in the resolution. I mean, it's her job.
May I
Yep.
ask for time, Danielle?
Yes.
Just to 10.
Okay, I motion to add 10 minutes to the clock.
At this point, so we don't have.
I disagree with the motion.
So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second for adding 10 more minutes? I'll second it. Any discussion?
I disagree with the motion.
Okay, any discussion? Any objection? Jenny, you clear there's an objection on your end?
Objection. I think we need to talk about this more offline and come back.
Well, I think that I want to make sure.
So I object.
So there's 2. I do want to honor Councilmember Carr's. She wanted to say something.
Yeah, no.
So let me call the vote, Danielle, in order to make sure I'm fair. So there's 2 no's, right, to 10 minutes. So any abstentions? Are you guys abstentions or no?
No.
So no?
I'll go abstention.
So 1 abstention, 1 and no. Any yays? I'm a yes.
Yes.
Yes, Danielle?
You
could be a yes, you could say final word. You don't have to.
Yes, okay, yes.
Okay, motion carries. So go ahead, Danielle.
Okay, I agree with the comments from Councilmember Jakuta. This is something we need to discuss. However, I do feel that we do need to focus on finding a way to make this program work. That needs to be a goal.
That's definitely that's our goal. Can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
But as a city manager, I want to make sure that I am able to run this program and I'm gonna afford it. Social services is not an essential employee. And I cannot assign her, hold on a second, let me just, essential employees are police department and public works. I cannot assign that person to be here to make sure that, during the snow time. And again, I do appreciate as I talked to Joseph, and Joseph should recall this one, that we need to talk about this, whether to talk about it more, because the way I see it, I don't know. I just, however you guys want to decide.
Where are you guys still going? I think it's out for the whole night.
You exhausted us.
All right. Well, thank you guys for joining us. So I do agree this has to go to a drawing board. There's a lot more information that we need to look into. There's a couple programs that are currently running here. They have gotten themselves in a situation where we need to also figure out so that we don't end up in the same situation. Right. And so we will have to discuss it offline to get some of the answers that we need, because I believe there's a different, if you bring non-essential staff during an essential emergency, it's differently coded. And do the legislation that says council members, I would definitely, if this thing moves forward, I want to make sure the mayor is also added to it, since I'm not a council member. So that way, any of us are able to refer if it moves forward. But I would say that the next step is definitely figure out what the two programs are, to figure out how they're doing it, but also talk when it comes to liability. And Mr. Kamali, I appreciate the remarks that you made. So there's a couple steps that happen. I would say take it offline, like it's been said, and we could figure out what else to do in order to get more answers for this.
I just have one question. You said add you to what? Did you say add you to something? The conversation?
Council members could refer people in need.
Oh, the language. Okay, yes, done.
Yeah, but I definitely think that we have time. There's no snow again, but it's Maryland, you have snow tomorrow. But we have time to figure this out and figure out what it looks like. And if this is something we could potentially, but I know that Hyattsville and DC have two programs. And the other thing I'll close it with this, based on the paragraph you read, there's no, at this point, I haven't heard any distinction of where, regarding volunteers, it sounds like 70 and over volunteers cannot join to do this because they will have heart attacks and whatever else it is. And this is the reason why they need the help. So I want to make sure that that's a little bit clear as well, because if they could get their house clean at 70 because of the different being sick, not strong, and blah, 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 will that disqualify them from being volunteers as well, because they fall under the same guidelines of not being able to lift the snow and everything else. So just heads up on that, okay? All right, so we'll move on to the next item, okay? It is 10:01. Item number 10, presentation, discussion, legislative priorities. As Mayor Carr will present suggested alternate practices for the council city manager when creating the annual legislative priorities list.
Okay, thank you. As we begin thinking about next year's state legislative priorities, I would like to suggest that we consider redesigning the way we develop and present them. Traditionally, each council member is asked to submit 3 individual priorities. While that approach certainly generates ideas, it can also result in a list of unrelated items rather than a cohesive set of goals that reflects the broader needs of our city. Recently, I came across the legislative priorities adopted by the town of Matthews, North Carolina, and I was impressed by how they organize their priorities under broad topic areas such as transportation, revenue and tax reform, public safety, and planning. Rather than simply listing a handful of unrelated requests, they create a comprehensive document that groups specific priorities under larger policy umbrellas. For example, under a category such as transportation, Mount Rainier could include priorities related to the CSX rail lines that run through our city, improvements to Rhode Island Avenue, and issues involving Queens Chapel Road, all of which involve state-controlled infrastructure and have a direct impact on our residents. Under a category such as revenue and tax reform, we could identify issues related to municipal funding, state aid, and policies that affect our local tax base. Other potential categories might include public safety, housing and economic development, environmental sustainability, and local government authority. I also believe this process would benefit from participation of the city manager, who often has valuable operational and legislative insights that can help identify priorities from an administrative perspective. My suggestion is that we begin discussing potential categories and priorities and refine them during our September work session and adopt a final list in the fall so that our legislative priorities are in place well before the Maryland General Assembly convenes. In addition, I would like to suggest that once adopted, the city's legislative priorities be posted on the city's website under a dedicated tab titled Legislative Priorities. Doing so would provide residents with a clear understanding of the issues we, the city council and mayor, are advocating for at the state level and would further our commitment to transparency. Once those priorities are identified and adopted, they would also serve as a roadmap for Greenwell, our lobbying firm, by giving them clear direction on the types of legislation and policy issues the council is interested in monitoring. If bills are introduced in Annapolis that fall within these adopted priorities, Greenwell could bring them to the council for consideration and possible support. This would create a more organized and collaborative process and help ensure that our advocacy efforts are guided by priorities that have been discussed and approved by the council as a whole. Ultimately, the goal is to move from a simple list of 3 priorities per council member to a collaborative and comprehensive policy document that reflects our shared goals as a council and mayor, incorporates input from staff, and serves as a roadmap for our advocacy efforts in Annapolis. I believe this approach would result in a stronger and more thoughtful legislative agenda, and I hope the council will consider adopting this framework moving forward. And I submitted this is off of their website. I'm sorry. This is off their website. So this is actually the blueprint that I'm speaking of. You have the main topics like local government revenues and tax reform, and then the priorities individual identified. So under transportation for us, it would be CSX issues with train. It would be things dealing with Shaw or Rhode Island Avenue, Queens Chapel, government revenues and tax reform, things of that nature. So that would be tailored to fit Mount Rainier, not only in the umbrellas, but in the items underneath. Thank you.
Okay. Jenny? Joseph, Valerie?
I agree with Councilmember Carter's presentation. I struggled during this last legislative session to understand where the priorities came from that our lobbyists were given and what guidance they were receiving, since it had not come from the council. Thank you.
Joseph?
I would concur with what Council Members Carter and Hoffpower said. I think it's important for us to discuss our legislative priorities clearly with a guide towards that we are discussing state legislation or county legislation. I don't think our lobbyists should be reading the tea leaves through resolutions that were passed several council members ago. We were elected to, in this current time, in this current body, to be making our best judgments about how to move forward as a city. And I think that having an approach like this, where we're clearly laying out our legislative priorities for the year as a council, as a body, is an important step forward. And September, I think, seems like a reasonable time frame, but I would concur. I would defer if others have thoughts on that time frame.
Thank you. So a few things. I think having a document that sort of resembles this would be helpful to have on the city website. I think that I agree with that. But I do think that we have to think through the timeline a little bit. We have MML coming up in June, and the reason this document was created the way it is because we were able to then go to the all directors meetings at MML and talk to them directly about the priorities we wanted to see happening. So for example, it was specific things like Potts Hall, Memorial Park. When we talk about economic development, we talk about Gateway CDC. Like, these are the things that we were talking about in terms of how we, kind of frame what we're going to be working on for the full year. It also helped for the city manager to understand the direction the council was generally going in, so that, if, for example, we all said public safety was the number one thing, that then we would go after grants related to public safety. If we said economic development, we would continue on Main Street programming and talking about those things. So I think this process had worked for a very long time. I understand that we have a new council, and so things might have to change a little bit, but I do think we have MML in June. We have the MACO, the Maryland Association of Counties. This is when a lot of those discussions happen in these conferences. And so I think waiting till September to really put this together is going to be a little too late for those initial conversations that people are having. And so I do want to protect this. I think we should have a conversation about our general buckets of city priorities. If we need to refine the list in September, we can do that when we have all the more information, kind of what the General Assembly is going to be working on. They don't assign bill numbers until like January, so we're not going to be able to get to that level of detail, but we can certainly add to the list of priorities that we have kind of bucketed out at this meeting. Thank you.
So so I will tell you guys two things. September definitely does not work. The LARCs are to be voted by June. So we will miss completely submitting any LARCs. Right? And if you don't know what it is, you guys will got an email from MML. Those are the cities suggesting a priority to MML for them to potentially look into. Usually their legislative team and the legislative committee look into it, and then they come out with it, right? So that is to this reason why we're discussing it in May, because we have to have voted as a body in June. And if we don't vote as a body in June for this particular piece of the puzzle, right, we cannot submit a LARC. So just be aware of that. The other thing to point out is, you guys want to document that details what we've been doing on years, cool. I have no objection to it, but I just want to make sure we stay realistically that the numbers don't even come out in January at times. Sometimes they come out in like February. Right? So we have 3 voting meetings during those 90 days. And I think that trying to get us to vote on legislation is we're going to be falling behind. There's sometimes where we get notice on Monday that we have to speak on Tuesday or submit testimony or like request a testimony on Tuesday to speak on Wednesday as an example, right? The turnaround is really, really fast. So I would say the other thing to point out is like, I feel that the system had worked for many years because we simplified as much as we could. So that way during the summer, the city manager was aware like, hey, this is what our priorities are. And then the team will work during the summer to figure out like, if there are grants, we need to look information, we need to look forward, right? So it gave them at least some time for them to also like adjust and then focus on those 3 items. Right? This doesn't mean to say that we have 1,000 things, but I think it made it smoother. And at least that method, if it doesn't work to this council, fine, we could adjust some of it. If not mistaken, it's been, I want to say maybe 4 councils that we have done this on, that we had, reduced it on it. But when it comes to the quote unquote buckets, we could list them up, but for the majority of the part, and this is not just legislation that we have passed prior, we actually passed human rights legislation, talking about, abortion being a human right in the city of Rainier. This council passed this. So if there's a bill in the legislation that, makes reference, I think that is definitely something that we currently have passed. And I will tell you guys, the rules do not disappear. The same way the city manager is tasked with all 116 years, so the rules as they stand, so are we, right? The buckets have usually been, and the lobbyist has done a good job in making sure if it's anything that's safety, they will like notify us in the bill trackers, right? When it comes to mandates that have no funding, they will notify us for us to be aware, because that means the city is required to follow the law and there's no money attached. So usually that's when we react and say, hey, wait a minute, we need to make you aware that if this happens, you have to attach money for it. The other thing when it comes to like human rights or immigration and dissent, right? That's legislation that we also passed this year. But it's something like, they always look at anything that will harm our residents. or the safety of them, that's something that's also a bucket. And I have a problem, if you guys wanted to write them down, they will write them down, but the lobbyist job is basically alert us if there's anything, whether it's a priority of ours or not. They will let us know, because we're all copy. And every week we get a report that says like, hey, this is the bill we're tracking, and you guys are welcome to ask them. So I would say we could expand the document to add the other stuff that we need, that's fine. But time-wise, we are running against the clock of the things that we need to do. So the next item on the agenda is like, we were supposed to bring the 3 items in order to figure out like, and I'll be honest with you, it was originally done to figure out what we could agree on so that staff will have a clear message across. Because a lot of us have like 20 different items a year. But if we want to make sure it was realistic for us to say, Mr. Kamali, this is like the priorities for this year, and we could like figure out if we get them across. The problem with having 20 different things, the reality is like the staff cannot do 20 different things. So that challenges. So I will stay with that. I have no problem in if you guys want to create a document, post it. I know we read it and post it, so that way also we'll remind all of us like what they are, because for a minute there was also confusion of what they were, but they're listed there, and we could publish them so that way there's a sense of what it is.
Okay, to respond to both of you, and just to be clear, what we're doing next on the agenda is not setting our legislative agenda for our priorities for the upcoming General Assembly. What we're doing is looking at what we want to see done in the city, not state legislation. There is a vast difference. I mean, there is a difference. And I mean, we've seen it like the Safe Streets for All. That's not state legislation, yet that was one of our priorities a couple of years ago, and it stayed that way. That's literally here. Stop sign legislation, that's General Assembly. But things that focus on city priorities is giving Mr. Kamali marching orders is literally a city issue. We're talking about legislative. We're talking about things that happen in the General Assembly in Annapolis, giving our, essentially giving our lobbyists the marching orders. So we are talking about 2 completely different things. And I think that designation that they are 2 different things needs to be highlighted. As to the voting, you speak about voting. When we get, like, if we have this, which I hope we will, and Greenville sees, hey, there's a bill coming up that fits under their transportation for CSX, just as an example, they send it to us. It is an administrative vote. We can do that at a work session. We do not need a legislative session. It does not bear the weight of law. We've had this discussion ad nauseum. So, I mean, just like if you brought like a letter from someone to ask for support for something happening in the county, we do not need to legislate it over the course of 2 to 4 weeks. So I would argue that this, that we do not need to make this harder than it has to be. And I think dragging it out and assigning all these different stipulations to it is literally making something so simple extremely complicated and confusing, not only for the people who are watching us and for others on council, but for Mr. Kamali and the staff, because this is going to confuse legislation in Annapolis with city priorities. So that's my argument back.
Clarify, the large are legislative priorities we want to submit to MML. That's technically what they are. So they're not just city, but it's like as a city, we let them know, like an example, when HURs was cut off, we've been having the LAR for highway user revenue to be like moved to 100%, right? We still don't have that, but we managed to get some of the money back, right? But that is something that as members of MML, several of us said like, hey, like this has something to do with it, right? When it came to the ability for trained non-officers to be able to review the stuff like that, that's another LARC, right? The last priority for MML that which created a study to be able to find what the revenue was, that's an Annapolis legislature. So that's where I want to make sure that we are clear that the next point is going to be talking about that. It's not just going to be talking about like, do we prioritize X or B? Thank you, Mr. Kamali. I'd like to, somebody put 10 minutes on the clock, please. Or we could drop it and then move on to the next item. It's up to you guys.
I'll make a motion to add 10 minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Objection, abstentions, hearing none. We have 10 more minutes on the clock. So just want to be clear that that's what's going to be the next step in order for us, because we have to have a vote on what the city considers a legislative priority for us to be able to ask MML if they will include it for the legislative stuff or not. And the deadline is by June. So we could let them know like, hey, we discussed this, here is, but it has to be voted by June. If not, we cannot submit it. So I know, I thought it was the only one like seeing the lights off. The overhead projector. So I just want to make sure that that is clear.
I'm sorry, that did not happen last year, Mayor, and there is a disconnect between what you're saying and the facts. And last year, when we discussed the legislative priorities, we were discussing, as Councilmember Carter noted, our priorities for legislation at the municipal level. We never discussed in council the legislative priorities for MML or for the General Assembly. And I'm tired of the misstatements being made about this. It was not discussed. And so I'd like to correct the record that you have made a lot of misstatements about this. And I hope that this year we can operate differently.
Again, item number 11, the agenda says Maryland Municipal League and state priorities are next on the item. MML decides when those deadlines are to be submitted. And there's things that happened before you guys were elected. I just want to make sure it's clear and I'm not misspeaking. The reason why I added, we all got the email from MML saying, hey, this is the procedure on it and here it is. I'm bringing it to the table to give us a chance in case we want to submit something. So I understand that for some people, it's okay for them to continue chastising me and that has to end. It's against the council rules, so we need to stop.
No, Mayor, actually, so we don't operate according to Robert's rules. It's a work session. Mayor Benitez, you violated the council rules by submitting statements to the General Assembly purporting to represent the city's position on legislation. And we never, as a council, discussed those positions. And you violated the council rules every time you did so. I believe you submitted 13 statements last year to the General Assembly purporting to represent us when in fact we never discussed it as a council. So the rule violation was by you.
Again, how does that relate to us speaking about the large for MML today that are due in June? Absolutely nothing. You just want to take a jab at me. So I want to make sure that something is clear. I operated in the same way we have operated for the last 9 years, okay? If there was a change the council needed to do, fine, that's okay. But I think that there's a disconnect on how we have previously operated to what it is. I did not went out of my way, okay? There has been resolutions and values and stuff like that the city has upheld for years, including stuff that this council has voted on. So I wanna make sure that as we put statements as such, we bring it back to the point of this. The next step for item number 11 is for us to think about whether or not we want to submit a legislative priority or not to MML, because according to their rules, the new deadline is speak about it, voted by June. So this is not a rule that I put together. This is the new deadline that they set up this year for us to do. So I'm trying, all I did was like, bring it to the table and nothing else. There's nothing else to discuss. If there's nothing else you guys want to do with it. Go ahead, Joseph.
Mayor, I believe we're still on agenda item 10. We haven't moved on to agenda item 11 to discuss the MML. Though I also noticed there's no document to discuss in regards to that. But I did want to point out that we did vote on the council rules when we all took our oaths in May And they have been in place since July 5th, or June 5th of 2018. And they do specifically say the mayor and council members shall not affirm to represent the voices of their constituents on issues outside of the city's jurisdiction, e.g. county, state, or federal issues, except in the case of approval by the majority of the council. The council did not vote on HB 1317. The council did not vote on HB 486. Council B did not vote on HB 1178 this session. We did not vote on SB 36. We did not vote on HB 923. We did not vote on SB 526. We have not voted on HB 3051.
I'm going to cut you off for a minute because it's two different discussions. This is discussing the document that Danielle brought up.
And that is why we need to have a clear document.
Nobody's saying we don't need to. I heard Councilmember Valerie Woodall saying like they will support a document as such. I said the same thing. The only thing, nobody else has said we don't need it. We specifically said if this is like what will work for this council, we could adjust it to make it work. So to me, that's the reason why I'm a little bit concerned that this conversation has gone way on the other side to attacking me, when everybody has said like, we could do a version of that document. If that will facilitate it, post it and whatever else is. So so for it to go beyond that, that's the reason why I want to make sure it's clear. Unless Valerie, am I misreading what you said about like creating a document such as, isn't that the point you also made? Valerie?
Yes, I think if we want to have a more structured document, we certainly could.
We're all in agreement on it. So I don't know how I went from I done X, Y, and Z. So I want to make sure that we stay focused. The issue that was that. And when I mentioned number 11 was because Councilor Carter said, we are not talking about Annapolis legislative priorities. And I said like the MML version at number 11 does addresses, but what we would like MML to potentially consider advocating. So there is that aspect in number 11. So I just wanted to clarify. That's it.
If I can, I'm sorry.
Danielle,
No,
go ahead.
actually, no, I need to speak. You are accusing me of attacking you. I'm not attacking you. I'm correcting the record because you are making misstatements. That's not an attack. If you make a misstatement, Mayor, I have a right to correct it for the record. And your attitude towards me, frankly, is disrespectful and it's not warranted.
Please don't, after you call me a bitch in a public comment.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
I suggest you do not say anything to me anymore. You could leave, but if you want to call me on it, that's what you did at a public event and I walked away from you. Go ahead, you could leave. Danielle, you have the mic.
I make the motion for recess.
I second.
You need to give how much time?
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
All right, thank you. We'll come back at 10:35.
I make a motion to bring us back.
A second.
We're not on the record to the motion to bring us back. We have to get on camera.
Oh, we got 44 seconds.
You see what I'm saying? Wait, hold on, because a second, any discussion? Objections, abstentions, hearing none. We are back at 10:35 PM. Thank you. Danielle, you wanted to make a statement? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I just want to make one final comment about this. This suggestion, and I'm glad that everybody is seeing the importance and the value on this. Once we get this started, it will be easier to moving forward because there will be items on there that roll over from year to year, and we can add them as we need to. We won't need to do this every year in June. So I think once we get this established, it will just be a rolling, and then the city priorities that you're talking about and the logs you're talking about with MML would be a completely different topic. So we would have the legislative priorities of the city, of the mayor and council, and then we would have our separate with MML.
I would say that I would still like them in the document, so there's one place where everything's at, even if it's for us to say like, this is a recommendation we made for MML for the large. So that way, anything legislative or priorities in one document, because that's the whole purpose of being on it. And the other thing is like, every year we have to go to this exercise, okay? I think that sometimes that when you guys, like I said, just have a little, and I'll say this, I wish there was more patient, mainly because we've been doing this the same way for the 9 years. This is the first year I think you guys have adjusted and be like, hey, we need something else. Something else was brought up, and if this what works for this 2 years, then we'll work on it, because next year we have elections and they might feel like differently, you know? So I would say this is gonna be something that we have to review every year, most likely more than once, because as the legislation season starts, we might have to have a conversation about it as well. Okay, but I want to say thank you for bringing it up, and if we could have a document or place to have everything together, that works. Okay, anything else on this? Valerie, Joseph? No? Kamali? Okay, moving on to item number 11. Presentation, discussion, legislative priorities. Mayor and Council discuss legislative priorities for the city, the Maryland Municipal League, MML, and the state. So as I was pointing in the previous item, MMLs has created a new process in which the LARs have to be voted by the council before the June deadline. Okay, the paper that we received is basically, here's a form, like they do a lot of forms. The discussion is basically, does the city has a recommendation on behalf of Mayor and Council, and obviously Mr. Kamali, right? When it comes to legislative priorities, they want us, we would like to pitch to MML in the way it processes, like the legislative team receives the various, they're called large things, the various large, they evaluate them to figure out like, is this state? Is this apply just to one or two people? Does it apply to county? And usually if it applies just to a county or one municipality, they remove them, right? And if it applies to the state, is this something that could be done and what it looks like and what's the percentage? And is there a capability to do it based on what the members' feedback? Hold on, let me just.
Point of clarification,
Yeah.
is there a document we should be looking at for this?
It's an application, that's what they send. So I'm describing the process of it, right? So the vice on it, there is a committee that's called the Legislative Committee for MML, right? People volunteer. I know Danielle is in the conference committee. I'm in the outreach committee. People volunteer for Legis Committee. Basically, the president of MML appoints the different people to the committee. They meet, I think, weekly in order to review the various cases. So once the LART is submitted, right, we have to vote on and say, here's the resolution, and it's obviously signed by all of us saying, this is what the body has voted on, right? And this is what we would like to submit to you. It is up to, the legislative team for MML and the legislative committee to be able to say like, yes, we'll take up on this or no. And mind you, they get like, 80 or 20 or 60, they cannot do all of them. Last year, the decision was made that instead of having a list of like 5 of them, they just had 1. And the main one was when it came to that it actually passed, being able to create a task force to review the municipal and county tax money that comes to us. Because we feel as municipalities that we always would like more money directly to us. And this is something that is not just Selena saying it, but it worked for COVID, it worked for the infrastructure bill, that if we receive the money directly, in our fair share of what we think is like taxes based that should be sent to us. MML has done various events and information and pamphlets that they have sent to us, right? And so on. So there's a couple things. So one of them is the 3 priorities we would like to bring to the table, so that way when it comes to internally. And 2, if we want to submit a LAR to MML, that's a different, we need to discuss it today so that way we could vote on it in the June work session. If the answer for you guys is like, you know what, this year we're not ready for it, we don't want to, good, we don't submit anything. But I want to make sure that the document that we're working on creating like states that on this meeting discussion happened, it was decided by the council that we will not be submitting LARs on it, so that way we will not have an issue that a year from now we'll be like, wait a minute, we interpret that conversation differently. So I will start with step number 1 when it comes to the 3 priorities that each of us usually bring to the table to figure out like if there's anything that matches. Because what we realized 9 years ago is like we all have great ideas, but if we come out and tell the staff, here's 40 of them, the staff is looking at us like, okay, that's your priority. That's your priority, your priority. But if we could like figure out like pothole was forever on it, we realized that it was in the top priority for most of us. So the staff went, okay, let's make that into a priority in order to move forward. And that's where anything that had with zoning, with like buildings, if they had to do with financing in order to bring money and grants and direct funding, everything was like, how are we able to finance and be able to make this building that we are in happen? So I would like to split the 2 categories, if we could potentially do that. One of them is the 3 priorities from mayor and council when it comes to the city, right? Like I said, in the past, it's been policy, it's been like, a bunch of them, right? You guys already went through 1 year. And figure out, does this fit into what we would like the staff to do? The staff also has the summer to figure out like, this is what works, this is what doesn't, and they could come back to us and be like, there might be potential, but also the lobbyist goes out there and be like, hey, this is my Rainier priorities. Is there any bills? Are you thinking of something that could potentially support what we're looking for Rainier, right? So that is where it potentially helps. All right, so I'm gonna go around the room, and if you guys have your 3 priorities, or it could be 3 or less, you don't have to have 3. If you have 2, you have 2. Right, Valerie, if you could help me just type them, and if you could share with everybody at the end, especially Mr. Kamali, so that way they know like what it is, it definitely will help. So Joseph, do you have your 3 priorities for the city? Not LARC related, just city-wise. What would you like to see for the next year?
It was very unclear that that we would be discussing the LAR as part of this, and there was no preparation that could be done in order to accomplish this task.
I'm asking for the priorities for the city, not the LARs. I said I was going to separate them.
About the applications.
No, the application just asks you what it is, why do you need it, when was it voted, has it ever been discussed?
And again, it was also unclear from the lack of document with item 11 that we were supposed to prepare our own legislative priorities.
It's not.
This was a presentation that was supposed to be given to us. So
like I said, we're not talking about legislative priorities right now. We're talking about the 3 city priorities, non-legislative.
I think we should postpone this until a further meeting.
Okay. Danielle, do you have yours?
I'll be honest, I was kind of hoping we would be doing it differently. I would like to make a comment, though, about this when it comes to what you were talking about, the MML. Yeah, I know what the MML does. Some of the newer council members, they may, I don't know. But like you said, the legislative group for the legislative committee for the MML, they get together with all of our suggestions, and then they whittle it down to what they believe are the more comprehensive ones that, the more popular to focus on. And so what if our legislative priorities that we submit to them don't make it off the cut, they end up on the cutting room floor. So I need to, I would like to know more about, that and the process and how we can, because I don't know. I have questions about that. So I'm not going to address the Lars thing tonight. I agree with Councilmember Jakuda on that. However, as far as priorities for the city, which have absolutely nothing to do with the General Assembly, have nothing to do with our legislative priorities, the Secretary's Roundtable, any of that, economic development, 1, 2, and 3.
Can I, so 2 things. You asked a question, I'll give you an answer.
Yeah.
If it's not selected, it's not selected.
Right, which denies us.
This is what we have our own lobbyists. We always ask our lobbyists to go pitch the idea to somebody else, but they cannot have 161 priorities.
Correct. So to me, this is a time killer. Instead, I mean, we pay for our own lobbyists. Let's give our lobbyists our marching orders that are going to protect us. I mean, if we want to go, hey, here's some things, but let's keep it focused on what we want to do as mayor and council, and then, fill out the application, whatever. But as far as city is concerned, economic development across the board.
And I'll tell you why that doesn't.
Those are mine, economic development times 3.
And why is it that doesn't dissociate it from it? Because when we talk to a roundtable people, when Mr. Kamali's talking to the HDC, he would tell them economic development is one of our priority for my council. Do you guys have grants? Do you have legislation you're supporting? What does it look like? Everything ties up whether we realize it or not. Because Mr. Kamali's job is, if this economic post like number 1, is to go out there to fight to make sure economic development is on it.
Mayor, I appreciate, but I don't need my comments editorialized. I do appreciate it. It's late. We're all tense. Okay. But you asked for my priorities when it comes to the city for this coming year, and it's economic development across the board. It does not need to be explained by anybody else, editorialized. Those are my priorities for the city. Thank you.
Just to clarify.
I don't need my comments clarified, Mayor. I don't.
I'm speaking. Danielle, thank you so much. You asked a question that said, what happens to the LARs if they're not selected? And I gave you the answer. So I was trying to make sure that was answered. Okay. And that was it. And I wanted to clarify that this is the reason why our internal priorities also means that when we talk to our team, their marching orders are that they go look at every single option there is that could potentially fulfill that priority for us. Okay. So, Valerie.
Thank you. And I just sent around to the council the link to the LAR form just so they could see it. It looks like we have to. No, well, I just Googled it because I also did not know. I did not see the LAR thing come through before we had this meeting, and the document wasn't attached to the package. So I understand the confusion there, but I'm looking at it now. It looks like the LAR form is due on May 31st, and then approval. That approval has to be sent in from council on July 1st so that they can work on it. So that's the timeline that we're working on here, just to clarify that. And then in terms of overall city priorities for me, it would be transportation, continued implementation of current Safe Streets for All funding, and new funding for future projects. I think that's critical to keep matching funds if we can to keep building better streets, sidewalks, and places for people to walk, bike, and roll. I think 2 for me is strategic plan. We need to have a strategic plan to work from so that the city has that marching order that's baked into what we're already working on. Whether or not we have new priorities in the future, it's good to have a document to check boxes off of. So I think getting that done would be really great. And then I agree with Danielle, economic development is my number 3 top priority. And I have a bunch of little ones inside there. I still want to get the home repair program back up and running, but we'll see if that can be done. But those are my top 3.
Perfect. Joseph, do you have any, or I just want to make sure to give you a chance in case you have anything to add.
Again, we were not provided a document for this agenda item to make it clear what it was or was not we would be discussing. We really need to have a document in the packet as was requested at previous meetings so that we know what it was we were talking about, so we know so we can be prepared. I read through every single document in the packet. No information was provided that we would be discussing 3 action items and we should bring them. There was no document.
Thank you so much. So I'll give you guys my 3. All right. I think the strategic plan to me is like number 1 because it will be able to link it at least to this financial document, but also when our staff is doing something, they know where to go to figure out what it will fulfill, right? In this case, like, if let's say any of the committees, right, when we have the round table, right, are able to say, hey, like, what is fun, and then that way when we're able to have meetings, we could say like, this is based on this plan, and the city manager knows like this is what we're aiming at for the next 5 to 10 years. And how does the committees, how do whatever else? It's can you guys please get out the phone?
No, mine went off, and I think my husband was talking to me. That's all. I was trying to turn it down. Continue.
Okay, so so that's like number 1 for me. The State Streets for All grant, that's a big commitment that we have made, so we fall under transportation. If you want to utilize the language, right? Because we have a 4 more year commitment that the reality is like that's going to take, because this is the first year's already completed, right? So it's more, yeah.
Yeah, it was 5 years, but they count from 24 to 29.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamali. So your mic was off.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a 5 years grant and from 24 to 29. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamali. But that's a big commitment that we have gotten ourselves into to make sure the budget reflects the 20%, to make sure like the double audits are being done, to make sure it's a report like that. That $9.7 million comes with a lot of work attached to it. So I think that that's definitely we need to follow through. If not, we'll be able to lose that money. And obviously economic development like falls, actually economic development could fall like under any of them, to be honest with you. But at least that's more or less where I feel the city needs to potentially focus for the next year and everything that falls under those umbrellas, right? I fully thank you. Can I have a motion for 10 minutes on the clock, please? Okay. If you guys are done with this discussion, we have a list of at least 3 of us that have submitted. Mr. Kamali, I'm asking for this to be added to the next agenda. All right, so the conversation continues. And if there's something that you think that the city also needs, please let us know. So that way we hear also from your team. Okay. I think that I'll move on to the next item. I think that at least for me, the next steps is continue the conversation. Because if we want to fill the paper up on it, and if we could turn in a large break, if not, no. But this was like step 1 to be able to introduce you guys what they are. All right. And I thought everybody got the email. Apparently there was miscommunication on it. But I apologize for that. All right, moving on to the next item. And Mr. Kamali, nobody from 3200 block is coming, right? The Rhode Island, nobody? I doubt it. I mean, it's 11 o'clock at night.
I don't think that. I will contact them tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamali.
Schedule for the next.
Okay. Presentation, discussion, and business roundtable. Councilor Jenny Hoppar will present a proposal for a business roundtable.
Mayor, if I may make a motion,
Go ahead.
I'd like to table the rest of the business meeting, since Councilmember Hoffpower has the next two agenda items. She is not here to give them. And I am stepping out of bounds, but I am assuming Councilmember Jakuta is fine with postponing his since the LMUTC person isn't here.
No, the LMUTC person will be coming at the legislative meeting, so we do need to get someone appointed to that.
Okay, then I would ask that we table the next two items until the next business meeting, please.
So I think that for the future, honestly, I thought a hybrid option was yours, Joseph. I didn't think it was.
I did not request that to be put on here. I know I brought it up at some point, but it just showed up.
Okay, so can we, and you guys go agree or not, can we figure out who puts it in? Because I assume it was you.
I asked for the LMUTC and the Tree Commission.
Okay. So can we go ahead and skip 12, 13, 14 and move to 15? Would that, can we agree on that? So is that MUTC one?
Do we have to do 14 tonight anyways because we won't be able to vote on it prior to September otherwise?
I mean, we could talk about it.
Because we would need to vote on it at our June meeting. Yes, in order to have it by September, so.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, so so for number 13, the hybrid option, can we move? Joseph, can you make sure it's on the agenda? I know Mr. Kamali said that we don't have, it's not within our site right now that needs to be discussed. We have time. So, but can you put it in your internal agenda, Joseph, so that way you remember to bring it up if need be?
I will put it on the next meeting where we do not have a 4-hour-long meeting.
You mean work session?
Work session,
June?
yes.
Which is June the 9th.
Yes, unless June the 9th also turns out to be a 4-hour-long meeting.
Well, it's gonna be up to you guys because you guys have 3 or 4 different items on here. Okay. Well, within reason. Okay, so number 13 has been solved. Number 14, we have never put in position, that there's no present. Is there anything on the dock? Is there anything on the package? I apologize, it's late. I can't remember right now.
Oh, what? Number
For number
14?
Is there anything in the package?
Yes, there is. I'm familiar with this, so I can give a brief.
So can you put it
Yeah, that's it right there. So
Oh, yeah. That one. I'm sorry,
yeah.
that's the one.
Thank you, Mr. Kamali.
I'm familiar with this. I hope Councilmember Hoffpower is not upset that I speak on this. I attempted this a long time ago as well. To start the legislative session with a work session instead of legislation session just makes good common sense. A lot of things are build that we work on over the summer, and we want to bring it back to talk about it and introduce it for consideration rather than coming back and voting on something that it would be a very small meeting unless it's just like we did this past year with the vice mayor rotation and things like that. And ending the legislative season with a legislative session makes sense because it ties up all the work we've done all year instead of leaving hanging threads. At least that was my argument when I made the suggestion. I don't know what Councilmember Hoffpower had planned to present, but I do support this, so I hope that we can keep this in the discussion for tonight.
As a point of clarity before we continue talking, are you talking about switching just the first one or switching every single one of them?
Switching all of them. You want to start with, and if I can remind Councilmember Woodall and the mayor, when I presented this back in, I think it was 23, it was in June of 23, I had called all 26 other municipalities just here in Prince George's County, and the lion's share, and it was 23 of them start with work sessions or do work session before legislation. So this it's just common sense in it, and a couple of those municipalities actually had just recently switched from doing legislative first to work, and so anyway, it's just logical. And the majority of the other municipalities here in Prince George's County follow the same thing. And I would venture to say most people do too. So anyway.
Okay, Joseph.
I'm supportive of this schedule generally. I think it's a much wiser use of all of our time since, whatever we're talking on June 9th, if there's anything we need to vote on, it's going to have to wait till September. And I think that's kind of silly. I did have 3 specific comments. I did want to see instead of it called a council meeting, I think it should say a regular council meeting because there are also special council meetings. And so I just wanted that clarification. I think that we should not have a meeting on November the 3rd. I think that should be rescheduled. I will defer to y'all which way you want to move it, but I definitely don't think we should have one on election day. And then also, I was hoping we could also star the meetings that are preceded by a holiday, such as on January 19th, which is preceded by January the 18th, which is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So that way we would just be cognizant of when we're going to have crunches with the agenda. So we know to be a little bit more prepared for those meetings.
Valerie?
I'm not opposed to this. I do think we need to scrub the dates because I can see a number of them that might not work based on just general calendar things. So I think before we begin to vote on this, I think we need to really scrub the dates. Yeah, that's my comment. Thank you.
Yeah, the holidays, that's the same thing I noticed. It was like November 3rd being the big one, but there's spring break that we need to account into that before we run into it. Holidays, I will tell you that if I recall correctly, and the reason why I was ordering that was because it's the first meeting and you kick off with like, hey, welcome back. Here it is. It's light, friendly, and it's not stuff you have to get ready a whole entire like gigantic like work session meeting to move forward. So the first meeting was taken more as of a light thing, and if we had like anything that we needed to vote on, that either got the staff was working during the summer or there was an emergency situation and it got us to vote. I don't know if I particularly would like to be having a voting meeting on the third week right before, right during the holiday season, as an example, right? The holiday season is like not just Christmas, but several of them. And I think that also allowed for the work session to be very light. That's one example. We also have like the work session on the 5th. That's like shortly after a couple of the New Year days, not just one religion, but multiple ones, right? That the staff prepares differently, I feel like, for work sessions that they do for legislative meetings. I think that for me, in the past, when we came in to vote, the meetings were very short. Correct, Mr. Kamali?
I'm sorry.
The legislative meetings were very short because everybody had work either on several work sessions on the documents. So that way you came in and they were like maybe sometimes like an hour and a half, and you were done with, right? It's no longer the case. The reality is like we've been having a lot of items added into the legislative meeting that have not been resolved in work session, that have moved for legislative meetings to be a lot longer. So I will tell you this, I've never had a 4.5 hour, 5 hour meeting since 9 or 10 years ago. And that was a budget meeting. So I would say that at least for me, we definitely need to review those dates because the scholarship committee days will have to be switched. Any days where we have to vote on items, including the audits, including the budget, and including the elections, definitely have to be switched and looked at. If you notice, we have a work session on the 4th. Usually we try to vote on the budget before the next council is elected. So that is something that we need to look into, because if not, potentially 2 weeks into 1 week, technically after being sworn in, you will have to vote on the budget. So there's a lot of other one. I mean, I'm happy with having a legislative meeting at the beginning, and if the need happens to be that we need to have a work session, it could be followed by a work session the same day. That's fine. But I think tying us to come in and do like a work session is definitely a lot. And I definitely would like for you guys to reconsider what it means for the staff and for us. And we definitely will have to work not just these days for the meetings. And yeah, I like it to be legislative meeting instead of council meeting, so people know it's a voting meeting. But when it comes to the other markers, the budget meetings, the audit like reports, the scholarship dates, anything that we have to vote, we might have to look into, because of the scholarship schedule, it's tied up to whatever that is. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just asking if we can do another round.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's a work session, so, but anyway, you gave a lot of, you pointed out a lot of things. However, I would point out that we have meetings all the time before holidays. I mean, this is a Tuesday before the Memorial Day week, weekend. Well, I mean, this happens all the time. Work session, council meeting, or legislative meeting, it's 6 one way, half dozen the other. I would think that the staff is working harder to get legislation set up for us to work on legislative meetings. I don't know, I'm not city staff, but I think they work their bottoms off no matter what meeting we're having, whether it's a work session or legislative. I don't think one's heavier than the other. I mean, it's a heavy ask. I mean, our staff is here. We're here at almost 11 o'clock at night and they're still here. So, I mean, I think, honestly, I think we're literally playing with semantics here. It's just what is more logical. I think that the dates we do this every year in June. We settle our calendar. We can adjust. I mean, we always, like I pointed out, I looked over at you and said, November 3rd, it's election day. Of course, we're going to move that. We always do every year. So, I mean, there are things that we can make adjustments on. Working on what days we actually meet is one thing. What kind of meeting we have is a completely different thing. I think the question here is, whatever the fiscal calendar is that we end up agreeing on in June, we should start with a work session at the beginning of the legislative session. And Mayor, I like your recommendation of doing a combination meeting. I have no problem with that. We can do legislative and work session on the same meeting if city staff is fine with that. But I think we need to start with a work session and end with a legislative session. Because I can't speak for council members, Jakuta, Hoffpower, or Woodall, and I won't speak for you, but I may have things ready to go that I want to bring up in the work session in September. I've been working on all summer. So I just say, I think this is logical, and I urge you guys to reconsider.
Danielle, the reference that I made regarding the holidays is that Councilmember Jakuta mentioned that if we could be cautious of not, and I know that's been hard for me too, because you're like having a holiday, like, yeah, you land in a meeting. So that was in reference to the statement that you made about being cautious with the calendar of not having a meeting the next
I think you have to.
day. Postpone now, please. So yeah, so that is
For next 24 hours.
I'm not gonna be here that long for this. So that was what was in reference to. So it wasn't an obstacle, it was more like, this is gonna require a lot of it, but if you guys are open to doing a legislative meeting, followed by potentially a work session if needed be, that could be a good compromise. So that way, if we don't have a work session, we're not tied out to having a work session. That was just said, but a lot of them we need to, the good thing about going early in the month is like the staff has like 30, like the whole month to be able to deal with it, right? But I would say if the argument is like you guys would like to, that's the reason why I asked them, is that kick off you'd like to do a work session, we could do a legislative session. That way we could vote on whatever we like, we might have like strategic things that we need to. And then followed by a work session if needed. Because we might be like, we have nothing, here it is. But that at least gives us a chance to like adjust it, because I'll tell you this, trying to vote on those like snowy days, like later on in the month, is going to make it worse for us. But anyway, so if that's an agreement, if this is something that we could potentially agree that we could do a legislative to kick off just to do the formalities, right? And vote whatever we need to vote, followed by a work session the same day, if needed. And then we could decide like it's needed or not. And if we decide like it's not needed, because after 2 weeks of break, we might decide to like, it's not what we need. And we could deal with that. And then that way at least we'll keep the schedule more or less consistent, because what I'm worried about is like also for elections, that the new council is gonna have to vote on that budget a week after they got
Point
started.
of clarity,
So, yeah.
point of clarity, are you saying you're okay with the flipping of the meetings, except that you're requesting that we start in September with legislative and work session if we need it?
Because what I said is like, because that's the reason why I was asking the question. I said, is the will of the body to have to start with a work session on that first September meeting? If that's the case, we have to have legislative prior and a work session following, and then the rest of the schedule. The next will be a work session, legislative work session. So basically, we'll have the first day, 2 potential meetings
So
needed.
nothing will change.
We have 2 meetings on one day, limit they will change. And then you want it. But be conscious that you're also gonna be asking the new council to vote on a budget.
We're
that
here
first
already.
swearing in. So I just wanna make sure that some of the days are a little more complicated with that. Okay, Joseph.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm mostly fine with what you just said. I just also think that the June 15th meeting should also be a double one where we could have a council meeting and a work session, because I don't think the work session's all that useful. And I do think that ending on a council meeting is important. But if we want to do that just for those, the first and the last, the bookends, I'm fine with that, because I think that still solves the main problem we're getting at. And then as far as I said about the holidays, I just wanted them noted just so we know to get our agenda items in earlier for those. No, I don't think we need to reschedule or anything. It was just noting that because we've had problems with that where all of a sudden we try and get everything to Melissa on Friday and folks are gone and then we have a problem. So, but yeah, I'm fine with that. If we can do the June 15th one of these doubles too, I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with it. Like, again, if it's needed, we feel like, okay, we could just have a voting session and we don't need a work session, then let it be, so that could be a good compromise. Valerie, where you're at, I apologize. I want to make sure I go around the whole room.
Yeah, I'm okay with September 1st being a council meeting and then a work session. And then October 6th would be a work, or whatever the dates in October would be a work session and a council meeting. April would be a work session, council meeting. So it'd follow the same schedule. And then in June, it would be a council meeting and work session to end this.
I think it's gonna be a legislative meeting and don't quote me on the dates. It's just what I'm screwing up. So it'll be like the first will be legislative work session. The 15th will be legislative.
Right.
And then it go like the first one will be like legislative work session. So that way at the top of the month, we get to vote and move forward. And just that the bookends are gonna change.
So what they're proposing is that the work session would come first every month and the voting would be afterward, except for the 2 bookends. That's what I think.
Because I wanted to
That's
be
what
the
Jenny
way
was-
around.
That's what we were originally proposing, but yes, what Mayor said, it's mostly the September and the June meetings that we were concerned about. So I think that solution, keeping our schedule the same as it has been, except the first month and the first meeting and the last meeting, that.
As long as we're aware, those are going to be 2 potentially very long meetings.
It's up to us, because when you come in, you could say, hi, how are you? And here it is. I think that we need to heavily work on looking at all 10 months, right? And saying, what am I gonna propose this 10 months? But I think that at a certain point, we cannot be having like 3 items per person. It is draining. All right, so we're in agreement that leave it and the bookends have 2 meetings within reason. Well, the first one shouldn't have, if we vote on everything we need to vote, it should be more like a welcoming meeting than anything, in a work session if needed. And it could be a short work, but it could be a short work session. You don't have to put 20 items on the agenda, because it's also not doable, because then the staff has to come up with whatever it is we need to do.
Can we, when we update this document, can we make sure we really look at all the dates? Can city staff look at the PGCPS, look at the University of Maryland, look at various elections and things like that? Thank you.
For an answer, there's gonna be a lot. Okay, perfect. Thank you, guys. Moving on to the next item, number 15, presentation, discuss and appoint members of LMUTC. Councilor Yakuta will present proposed appointments to the LMUTC.
Thank you, Mayor. So a little while back, we had nominated 7 residents to participate in the LMUTC, and we submitted their names to the Prince George's Planning Department, And through that process, it turned out that one of the members wanted to step down, Ms. Brave. So part of the resolution is to thank her for her service. She served for 3 years and has had to move on. And it took a while, a lot of talking to folks. And we did find a very capable resident, Ms. Elise Moore, to fill the 7th spot. She has a background in design. She has a very nice portfolio up on the internet. And she was willing to serve for 2 years. So we wanted to nominate her, introduce this tonight. And then once this is done, we already have a resume to go to send over to the Prince George's Planning Board as soon as we finish our nomination. We can finally have an MUTC up and running again.
And vote on the June meeting, right?
I'm sorry?
And vote on the June meeting.
Yeah, this would be for a vote on at the June 2nd meeting.
All right, so I'm gonna go around the room. This is a straight like recommendation for appointment and thanking Ms. Alina, right, for their service for the last 3 years, and appointing Elise Moore. So I do, okay, so we'll go around and then have a request for you guys, because this is hard to figure it out while I'm not seeing the agenda. So Valerie, go ahead.
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Danielle.
Nope, nothing to add.
Ideally, request I'm gonna ask, and this is like I've asked about it like more than once, and if people agree, can we make sure we add their names to the agenda? Because you have to go through the whole entire thing, and it's there, but the agenda itself, it just says appointment to LMUTC with no name, no nothing. So I know we used to do it, can we like do it, so that way also like, it's easier, and I'll tell you this, it's easier for us, because if we have to like go back and finding the information, it's easy for us to find an agenda, then go through resolutions and minutes and everything else, and the team has done a lot better job than in the past in trying to line up the people for 2 years. So big thank you to High College, Ms. It moved. Ms. Elise Moore for like for putting their name there, and we look forward to voting on the June meeting. And thank you, Joseph, for seeking. I know for LMTC, especially with the presentation we have, they're gonna take a big role also on making recommendations to like the city manager and us, and they're the group that help us keep the historical aspect of Mount Rainier and help residents where needed. So it's a lot of design, architecture, and everything else. So that's my piece. Thank you. All right. Moving on to item number 17. Can I have a motion to adjourn, please? Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. This is what happens when Melissa's not here. She will look at me like, okay, presentation of minutes, it's not a voting. Presentation of minutes for May 5th. Minutes to Mayor and Council. They're there, they're in your package. We're good, review them, they move on to the June meeting. Yay?
Yes.
Good? Yes, I still.
I move to adjourn.
Okay, item number 17, motion to adjourn, Woodall.
Second.
Second by Jakuda. Any discussion? Objection, abstentions, hearing none. We have come to an end at 11:17. And happy Pride Month coming up.